do this. Okay. Well, that's kind of annoying. It'll just do sound. It'll only use like my microphone from my computer, which is frustrating. Can you hear me now, Kelly? Can you hear me now? Okay, cool. Thank you. Hopefully we can get some other guests in here. That's frustrating that it won't pick up my mic on my headset, but it is what it is. It's just been like an endless bunch of tech issues tonight. But that's okay. That is okay. If anybody wants to come in and hang out, just hit me up on Twitter. I was able to log into my Twitter on this machine, so yeah, I'm hoping I won't have to talk too terribly loud because my mom is asleep upstairs. This is actually my old basement where I used to live in this basement, actually, believe it or not. That's my old futon over there. So a little bit nostalgic hanging out in my mom's basement, but that's okay. I guess nostalgic in a good way, so it's all good. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Kelly. And I should pull up. Let's see if I can do this without being too loud. And I can keep an eye on the donations. I don't have, I'm on my laptop, so I don't have the ticker to pull up, but oh my gosh, yay. I think we're at like 8:55 now, is that right? Hello, Navy Techs. How's it going, guys? I was planning on doing a Jimmy Snow reaction during this time, but alas, my internet crashed at my house, and I couldn't get it up and working. So I came over to my mom's. I'm hanging out in my mom's basement, which is actually where I used to live. So it's a little bit fun. It's a little bit fun. But if anybody wants to come and hang out, I can send you a link on Twitter, or I don't have my Discord open right now, but I can maybe work on getting a link sent over to Discord for anybody on Discord. I hope you guys can hear me okay. It's not letting me use my external microphone, so it's like only letting me use the laptop microphone. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So yeah, I don't think we have anybody just now joining us, but if we do, what we're doing tonight is a 24-hour stream-a-thon for Diana Clarion, the Lavender lady. And she is going through kidney failure right now, which if you're not familiar, that means that she needs to go 3 times a week to, thanks guys. She needs to go 3 times a week to bleed into a machine, as she puts it. They hook her up to a machine, and she basically bleeds into the machine. They clean her blood, remove any excess fluids from it, and then pump it back into her body, which has its own array of issues that go along with it. Not only is it a huge amount of time that she spends every week in the dialysis center, plus travel time, but also it's just really wreaks havoc on basically her quality of life. She has to have a very strict diet, and even in that, there's still not a whole lot that she can do even with diet to help it. There's certain things that she can do, but like still she still has to go to dialysis 3 times a week. She still has to have a port that goes to the directly into her heart. So she can't, if she wants to like wash her hair, she can't go take a shower or anything like that, because if any small amount of moisture or germs or anything were to get into that port, she could easily get sick and die. So it's just like one of those things where every day it's a battle to deal with being on dialysis, and what she really needs is a new kidney. And so our next step in getting Miss Diana a kidney is to get her a care team set up to take care of her on the 8 weeks after she gets a donated kidney. She can't even actually get on the list to receive her kidney until she has people set up as a care team after the surgery, which I completely understand, is completely understandable. But that's what the Stream-a-thon is for, is we are raising funds for travel expenses and lodging expenses for caregivers to get out there and have a place to stay when they go out there, because Diana's place is pretty small. She's not really able to have people hang out, and she doesn't even have a couch for people to sleep on, unfortunately. So we're trying to get funds together for that, and we're also trying to get if we can get somebody in the area to possibly like donate the lodging or travel expenses or a car or something like that as well. But right now what we're looking at is probably $10,000 to $15,000 that we're going to need, as well as, like I said, people. We're probably going to need like half a dozen people to come and take care of her. Hello. Oh my gosh. Crazy Catnip, Amaro's Moon, Stool, and the lady of the hour, Miss Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, are all in the chat. Hey guys, I finally got internet. Hello, Marie. Hello, Andrew. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. You guys are so sweet. If anybody wants to jump in the stream with me, they are absolutely welcome to do so. Oh, it looks like Larry is here. Awesome. Hi, Larry.
What's up?
I cannot hear you, Larry, but I'm thinking that the stream probably can. I'm going to try headphones again. Oh,
I don't know what to do.
I can hear you now.
Oh,
I can hear you now.
You probably couldn't hear me before because I didn't actually say anything.
Oh, okay. I thought I saw your mouth moving. I'm sorry. Oh, and here's Miss Jenny. Hello. Let's see, I think if I do like this, it looks a little better. Yeah.
I changed the
sparkly. I'm on board with the sparkly.
This avatar is me in first grade.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
And I ran it through Facebook or Face app to see what it would do, and it made me for a lot of. So I love.
So cute.
Nice.
That is so cute.
I shared a photo. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, I shared a photo once of myself in second grade, and nobody believed me that it was me.
Okay, then. My Twitter avatar is a picture of me that Kate, Bionic Dance, ran through Face app with an age regression thing, about 4 or 5 times to make me look good. And I tell you, I would date that lady. I don't look like that anymore.
I just love this picture of me, and I wonder what the fuck happened.
I've never done.
I realized my mom still has my graduation stuff up from when I graduated nail school back in 2019.
Well, that's not very long ago.
I'm going to look for a cable. I will be back in a second.
Thank you, Navy Tax. I will see you next time. Thank you for coming by. And thanks, everybody, for coming by. I appreciate it.
All right.
So what did I miss in the last stream while I was like crazy rushing to get all of my stuff?
We ended up getting really heavy talking about suicide and afterlife and
yeah, emotions.
Really?
Yeah, we did.
I'm sorry. It was all my fault.
No,
That's fine.
don't blame it all. There was
Okay.
discussion.
I mean, I guess leave it to Diana to get all heavy like that.
I'm not afraid of difficult topics in the slightest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, like I was saying, when Diana's around, she does not shy away from it. So she might have leaned in a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
The
What,
Kelly
what
Ripa
kind of hard
marathon.
time are you giving me? What?
The
It's
Kelly
okay.
Ripa-
I have therapy later. It'll all be okay.
the
Okay.
Kelly Ripa show is on a repeat from this morning, and she once again has just this absolutely stunning pleated skirt that is just beautiful beyond belief. I hate her.
Aw.
If you want to learn about fashion, I think all trans women who are breaking their eggs should watch Kelly Ripa because she really has incredible taste
That's
about
a,
what fits together.
that's an interesting term that I heard it for the first time only very recently, but it's an interesting term, the breaking the egg.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, what am I, an omelet?
Well, no, you're a adorable little chick that's just hatched.
All right, that's the way to look at it.
Yeah, I think rather than breaking the egg, it should be cracking the shell.
Okay.
Because you're right, breaking the egg doesn't sound like the end result's that good.
Breaking
Yeah, it depends on if you're like breaking it with intention or if you're like breaking it by accident.
Well,
See,
that's what I mean. It should be cracking the shell because it should be the chick, popping the shell out from the inside, not
In- in
something
the-
breaking the egg from the outside.
in the early days of transition that I went through, it was referred to as walking off the edge of the cliff.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Oh.
gloomy.
Okay.
It was a
I
gloomy.
can understand that. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a point of no return there.
Yeah,
When
there
we
are.
transitioned, one of the points of discussion that we had in groups and stuff was that we knew that we were doing a thing that was considered at the time completely repulsive to every value of modern society.
Hmm.
That
Yeah.
we were walking into a minefield that some of us would not survive physically and not just emotionally, and that we had to be prepared for the worst.
Yeah, and then there are those people who want to return us to those days. Isn't it great?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's lovely.
No, it's not lovely.
I have no idea what you, Jenny, or you, Larry, or me, or Purple are doing to anyone that is so bad that they have to get rid of
Well,
us.
it depends on the
Right.
person. Some people, it's absolutely repulsive to their religious beliefs and values and ignorance of science. But to others, it's horrible because it is unleashing their own feelings of attraction.
That's what I think that it is in a lot of cases. That's what I think that I've noticed a lot with my wife, that it's like people are like confused as to whether or not they find her attractive, and like
Yeah.
that makes them angry.
I felt
Well, I
that
do.
a lot of the homophobia and especially transphobia, I think, is, men who are afraid that they'll find someone attractive and then find out that they weren't born a woman, and that makes them question their sexuality.
Well, I do ask.
Do I know who your wife is?
What?
You might. She's on Twitter. She has a YouTube channel, but she doesn't like show her face on it.
What,
think
what's her
he's-
Twitter handle?
Sorry, go
May
ahead.
I-
She's Cora Sinclair.
Oh no, I don't know her. I'll have to look her up.
Okay.
I do ask, like Ken Ham and what's that other guy? Frank Turek and et cetera, when they start railing against people like me, are you afraid that you find people like me attractive, or you are a people like me? So I guess I kind of get that. Nobody has ever given me an answer to that question, by the way.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a yes. on one of those. Yeah.
I think that at least part of it is like a control / stability thing where there is a social script that we are all supposed to abide by. And some of it is reasonable stuff, like, hey, don't go punch people in the face. And other stuff is bullshit, like here's gender roles and here's, gender identity and sex politics and stuff like that. There is a way that we are supposed to be. And the fact that we are choosing not to be that way creates in their mind an instability in the order. And if we don't follow these rules, what other rules are we not going to follow? I think that's the main reason why.
It makes you
there was a key
unpredictable.
word there that needs to be
Yeah.
corrected, though, because you said we are choosing, and I don't think that it's a choice.
Well, that's not what I meant. I meant like with things like I meant like with gender role stuff, like I choose sometimes to dye my hair, even though that's not a very masculine thing to do.
If you
That's something
reject
I
one of
choose.
the social
But so
expectations,
I think that it's sidestepping the social expectations, and I think that is one of the reasons, not maybe the only reason, that trans people are often lumped in with other kinds of deviants like pedophiles and people who commit crimes, is because, well, you're stepping outside of the bounds, so you might as well be doing these other things that are out of the bounds.
well, if you've rejected one of the social expectations, then you become a wild card. You become unpredictable. They don't know what else you might do.
The essence of the confusion is, though, they look at us as trans people and they say, well, why did you want to be a man, or why did you want to be a woman? And they don't understand that we didn't want to be that we always were, and that we're just being our true selves. And that our only choice is not to be trans, it's whether or not to deal with it or commit suicide.
Exactly.
And that is a very real feeling.
That it really is just something you're fucking born with. That there would, it's never going to eliminate it completely, but there would be a whole lot less resistance to who and what we are. I think there's a lot of people who would have the compassion because they understand what the dynamic really is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look back to, again, my transition period, and who knowledgeably chooses to walk off the cliff. Okay, I didn't do it because it would be fun. I did it because it's what I have to do. It's required. It's there is no choice in it. It's either you transition to whatever level you are particularly comfortable with, or you disappear.
This is one of my favorites, and I think this sums up what Jenny's trying to say here. If you share screen.
Yep. Does it? Oh, sorry. It was one I had to scroll down for.
You can make trans kids happy and healthy, or you can make trans kids miserable and isolated. You cannot make trans kids cis.
Yeah, definitely.
I really like that.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite ones.
I
can so identify with that's how I was growing up.
I so wish that and this people's going to just fall down and agree with this one. I so wish that I had grown up in a period of time like we have now, where a trans kid can say something and not be locked up in the loony bin at the very first reaction. I know I would have said something if I thought it was safe to.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I kept my mouth shut for so long, one of the reasons, the first reason, I didn't want to be a 10-year-old on the street, and I would have been.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Because I would have been thrown out into the snow. Yeah.
Well, if I could have talked about, what's going on, why am I thinking all this stuff, I might not have tried to commit suicide.
Uh-huh. Yep.
I did not know that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Larry.
I did not know that being trans was a thing until I was in my 20s. And my experience of realizing that I was trans was that I had just kind of been a deeply unhappy child my entire upbringing, because I was one of the boys, but I was not allowed to be one of the boys.
Uh-huh.
And so there was a lot of issues with like deep self-hatred and self-loathing for like, I'm supposed to be this thing, but I'm not that thing.
Were you
Yeah.
were you tomboy like?
Pardon?
Were you tomboy?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Climbing trees, digging in the dirt, building forts, the whole 9 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But so my experience of realizing that I was trans was when I met another trans guy. And it was somebody that I knew from high school, and I was able to see, you know, oh my God, this is a thing that can happen. And I was filled with this just seething jealousy. And I didn't understand it for a while. Like it took me a long time to kind of put it all together and understand why that feeling happened.
What year were you born?
1995.
Geez, you know, I just cannot.
Okay.
You know, of course, I believe you, but to use the trite expression, I just cannot believe that somebody born in that era would not have some awareness of it just through normal conversation that society has, whether it's on TV or people expressing
Yeah.
hatred in a group.
Where are you from, Larry?
Indiana.
Rural area?
Nope.
No.
Uh-huh.
Indianapolis.
Oh, wow. Okay. Because I was going to say, I live in a rural area. And
But
for
so,
me, there were no other trans people. So, or
I was
no
so
trans people.
so this is tied into other things that were wrong with my upbringing. My parents were very, very controlling, and I was basically not allowed to have friends. And so like I was incredibly isolated while I was growing up. And so for me, it was I literally like did not know that trans was a thing until I was in my 20s. And having that realization, it like basically knocked me off my fucking feet. Because it was foreign, but at the same time, it was like, this is the thing. This is everything that's wrong right now, you know? And so I know it's weird because a lot of people my age, like you know, there is a much more connected gay community now and trans
Not
community.
necessarily. Not necessarily. My wife was also really isolated. And I know like there's a lot of things where it's like there's obvious clues looking back, but she grew up in a Mormon community, a very isolated Mormon community, and I think that she maybe did know that trans people existed growing up, but like the experience that we had was like Jerry Springer, like the Maury show. Like that's all we knew of trans people, and like that is the worst exposure to trans people. So like she was like she's not like she's not going to engage in that. Like she's like that's not, you know what I mean? And but she I remember her telling the story about when she was a kid, and actually it was like her and her friend that were like just good friends growing up. Her friend was a little girl, and they dressed as each other for Halloween one year.
Oh no.
And she said that it was like the most like freeing thing that she was like able to for one day wear a dress and wear pink and put a bow in her hair, and it was like the most freeing thing. And like she clung to that as like I think she was either in kindergarten or first grade. She was very young. And like all the way into adulthood, she like was jealous of like that one day being able to like be a girl for that one day.
Yep.
Yeah, I relate to that.
I can relate to that. And actually, when I was in school, you know, I was like in a lot of the plays in that. And it's something that I didn't really process at the time. But in retrospect, realizing how distressing it was when my voice cracked and I couldn't play the girl roles anymore.
I'm a weird person when it comes to that early stuff.
Well, we know that.
I've always been a word junkie. I was, as a kid, I would lay there and ponder, where did the word "the" come from, and why do we say it, and how did that develop? So I was weird, but I was also fixated on words. I absolutely adored the words and how they roll off your tongue. That related to women and girls, you know, words like girl, daughter, lass, Philly,
Ah,
even bitch. I thought was kind of a nice word. And it just
Thank you
it
for
was
coming
part,
by, Kelly.
it was
Thank
part of
you.
that really enraptured me to
And thank you for your donation. Thank you.
Yeah, Kelly is someone I'd never met before either, but I hope you'll drop into my chats more often.
Yes.
yay, Kelly.
or into my car and let's go out sometime. Oh, never mind. Um, it was just one of those things that attached to my feelings that already existed. But yeah, Jerry Springer and that kind of stuff just kicked the shit out of our reputation. It was really horrible, but it was also on during the times of people like Phil Donahue, who, although had the typical media fixation on genitals and stuff like that, at least brought a certain amount of dignity to the individuals to tell their story, as opposed to try to class into something perverse and weird.
Yeah, and well, even while Jerry Springer did a horrific presentation of it, it was at least something that brought it into the public view, so it started getting talked about.
Yeah, yeah.
And even Playboy magazine did their contribution to it. In
This is interesting.
in the 70s, there was a woman.
I did not know that.
She went through various name changes, but at the time she was published in Playboy, her name was Tula Fox, and she was labeled the first transgender movie actress or model. It depends on who's writing the story. And she was just beautiful. I mean, just stunning. And she, did the whole typical Playboy layout kind of thing. And she just as me as a trans woman, I looked at her and I fell in love and was so jealous. And so Playboy had a role in bringing it at least to the point where there were some men who could look at that and say, oh, well, they really are hot, which is, a two-edged sword, but it was still a positive exposure on some level. But then again,
Yeah, these were not positive exposures.
no.
They weren't, but in a way they were, because I think demonstrating to some of them that you can't necessarily tell, I think that did have some value.
Yeah. That made me remember. Oh, sorry.
I didn't get to read it.
Let's see.
Yeah, Jenny can't read the YouTube chat while she's in here.
Sorry.
Yeah, the letters are about a 64th of an inch tall.
Sorry. It said, I remember those "Can you tell if they are a man or woman" episodes of talk shows.
Yeah.
There was an episode of the Tyra Banks show, I think it was, where they had like 11 female models on the show, and they revealed that I think like 3 or 4 of them were transgender. And it was very much that kind of sensational, oh my gosh, they actually look like women. Ah!
Oh my gosh, these women look like women.
It's also interesting how back in those days, trans men were almost non-existent, both in exposure on media, of positive or negative, but they just did not exist in real life. There were so few, pre-egg women who would complain to their physicians or get involved in the medical system to transition. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure of the reasons why, but it was considered rare to see a trans man. Today now it's recognized that it's maybe 50% of the population of trans people.
Okay, we're gonna be.
There's probably a lot of sociocultural reasons for that, where of course there are like very, very strict social scripts for men, but the way that women are treated in society is basically as if they have no agency at all. And so I can imagine that it might be a slower burn for trans men to realize, hey, I can do that. I'm allowed.
Okay, we've got. Hang on.
Is Diana going to share something?
Diana is trying to set up the other machine here.
Oh,
And for whatever reason, it's not seeing the microphone. Why is it not seeing the microphone?
I have a weird thing with my computer now. Every time I power it down, it's like I have to reset it 3 times before it recognizes that there are speakers in the monitor.
Okay, we're
It
trying.
won't let
Okay,
it
that's
just,
doing that.
they don't show up in the setup at all. I can't select those as an output for the speakers.
There we go. Now the entire world is going to take a gasp here because there are going to be 2 of me. Uh-huh.
oh,
And then,
oh, here it is.
That's
yeah,
okay.
and then I'm going to shut the other one off.
I'm going to mute one of you.
Yeah, give me half a second. I'm going to
Do
shut the other
that again. There's a slight delay between the two. It's kind of funny.
It's great, isn't it?
Leave your hand real quick.
Oh,
Oh, too late.
oh,
My Chinese camera came in this morning, so now I can actually have a camera on both machines.
It doesn't matter
And I
how
don't
many
have
of you
to,
there are.
worry about switching from machine to machine every time.
so long as she still only needs one kidney.
Yeah, just the 2 of me need 1 kidney. We're gonna good.
Okay.
Well, Jenny and Diane are the only people that I can verify actually exist. The rest of you cease to exist when I power my computer down.
Puppy, hi puppy.
This is my walking snot monster.
If I start taking showers, you won't know I exist.
Okay, there you go.
Actually, if some of you guys are going to be on for a little bit, I realized I forgot my medicine over at my house. I might leave you guys on my stream.
Okay, if you give me a few
Larry, who I
minutes
just
to,
met.
do something.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
might-
you're extending, a bounty of trust here. I'm
Okay,
just a
you know
rando
what?
off the street.
You know what? I saw that trans pride hat, the slouchy that you made, and I'm like,
Oh,
we're
okay.
kin.
Okay, give me a couple
Well,
minutes
I
here
thought I
to
might have
empty
had one
something
next
and
to me,
fill
but I don't.
something. And if you need to go away for a bit, you also probably want to make sure that you've got a couple of moderators in the side chat in case we get those spammers following over.
I saw a couple of them hanging out.
Oh.
I don't know how many of them are going to be
Well,
here all
Amaros
night.
is the only one I see there who's got a spanner at this point.
I think, yeah. Simos came by earlier.
Oh,
But
Ox.
Ox has a spanner because I trust you.
Okay, well, yeah.
Ox didn't actually ask for one. I just Ox seemed like they needed one. I was like, why don't you have one here?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, that's just before you step away, you got to make sure there are some people who can handle those things because, none of us are going to have the control panel here.
Good point.
Okay,
Good point. Oh, that reminds me. I actually need to give Miss Diana the controls to this account.
Oh, move beef. You sure you want to trust me with that shit?
Uh-huh. I have to do it. Oh, okay. I'll do it during Ben's stream later. But yeah, so that you have, because this is a 10-person account, so that you can use it if you want for anything. Do I trust Stool with a spanner?
Yes.
You should know by now.
I was gonna ask, is anybody brave enough to ask Stool whose bathroom he lives in? Because he posted in the chat, I live in your bathroom, and I'm gonna have to pee eventually. So
I don't know if you guys can see. That's Stool's room over there.
oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Here I am. We gotta
love
quickly
Stool.
mute myself.
But Larry, you probably don't know Stool all that well. Stool went through something that has not been discussed publicly. I don't know the exact nature of it, but their standard of living went from what appeared to be perfectly normal to absolutely poverty stricken. and dependent on everyone and everything literally overnight.
I am personally in between houses right now, and so I feel that.
Oh,
is not-
Mage, I'm gonna give you a spanner too.
And I see Stool's on here, and I don't mean to be talking out of Turnstool. Turnstool's turnstile. Well, anyways, it's Stool deserves a lot of our compassion, understanding, and assistance as we can provide.
Oh, I only said that because he posted in the chat. He said, "I live in your bathroom."
Oh, no, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just sharing because I care a lot for Stool, and I just want to see him, get any assistance that he needs.
The Stool's a dick, but we love him.
He's a good guy, even though he is English. He's still all
I
right.
feel like School was maybe the person in my Discord when I was like, "Hey, do you guys want mod privileges?" That was like, you really don't want to get me mod privileges unless you want to see chaos reign.
Yeah. But no, my husband and I are actually staying with his father-in-law, or with his father, my father-in-law, right now, because we were in a leasing agreement with a mutual friend because they needed financial assistance, and then the relationship completely imploded and they fucked us over.
Oops.
So we ended up being the ones that got kicked out, even though we were paying 2/3 of the rent.
That sucks.
What is that?
Jenny,
Cutting
if
off
you
the
can't
nose
read
to spite
this,
your
it's
face?
from Jenny. If you can't read this comment from Stool, it says, "I like it when Jenny talks about me. It makes me feel all groany uppy."
You're a sick
Well,
man, Stool.
I believe the groaning part, but I would have put a groany moany. Love you, Stool.
Okay.
Stool and I bonded over a old British TV series that ran 2 seasons and was seen by almost nobody in the United States. But I did. It was on public television. And he was just blown away that I had any knowledge of it whatsoever, much less how much I did remember from it.
Which series was that?
Danger UXB, about some
Yeah, I
explosive
remember when that one was on the PBS station in Chicago.
in World War II. And it was just a real nice drama series that ran for a couple months or a couple years, and I wish that it had gone on because it was very well done.
And I think that Stool's the one who should be going and getting his meds.
They didn't have enough.
Okay. Okay, inmates. I'm going to let you run the prison for a little bit.
Woo!
Be good. Be good.
Perp, you take over. You're the experienced one. I don't know nothing.
Is so full of poo.
Yeah, I think you're better off with the empty chair in charge.
Oh, you're a Clint Eastwood fan.
Well, I probably have the least experience out of all of us, but I think that everybody's been great tonight.
Hey, Larry.
Yeah, I have such a disdain for authority that it really freaks me out when anybody puts me in a leadership position.
Oh.
Well,
Because then I've got to get into all the self-loathing and all that,
Cream always comes to the top. Larry, can I ask you personal questions?
Sure, I am an open book.
Be sure to say no if I hit on something too deep.
Sure. Just be very committed to whatever you ask, because I probably will answer it very bluntly.
How did you meet your hubby?
Oh, when I was 13, I moved into the neighborhood where his dad lived, and his dad had a shared custody arrangement. And the very first time we ever met, I was with the church, and they were doing like a walkabout in this little strip of woods near where the church was, because they had created like a garden path, and they planted flowers, and there was like a whole sermon about all the different plants and shit. And so we were walking down one of the paths, and there he was, 15 feet up in a tree, holding a machete.
Yay! Love at first sight.
Almost literally. No, and he hopped down out of the tree and he was like, "Hey, can I join you guys?" Because I guess he didn't have anything better to do. And so yeah, he started walking around with us. He and I hit it off almost immediately. And then he started going to the church I was going to. And then we found out this was during the summer, so we found out during the school year that we were going to be, riding the same bus together to go to school. And we just became really, really good friends. And after knowing each other for about 8 months, we started dating, and we just celebrated our 12-year anniversary,
Wow.
dating
Yay.
anniversary in
Because
November.
when you're walking in the woods and a stranger drops down with a machete, what could go wrong?
Well, so what he was doing was there was like a walking path that went under the main street out there. So the woods led out into this underneath the bridge, and on the other side of the bridge, it popped up into the street next to the gas station. And so he had taken the machete and he was whacking down all of the weeds and the saplings along that path. And then I guess he just climbed up the tree because, that's a thing that people do normally.
And when did you bond as a pair, as a couple?
We started dating when I was 14, in November of like 2000. I don't know dates, 2009, 2010.
And how old were they at the time?
He was 19. Don't judge us, please.
No,
No
I'm not.
No
I'm not.
judgment. None.
I like to know details.
Oh, sure.
And how long were you together before they came out to you?
Oh, he's cisgender. And at the time, yeah.
Yeah, Larry's the one who did the coming out, right?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I thought both had. I'm sorry.
Nope. No, he's cisgender. We were a straight couple for a while.
Okay. Well, it still applies. So, how long were you together before you came out then?
Like between 4 and 5 years. So, like, it was a while. Like, it was an entrenched relationship when that conversation had to be had.
When you had those kind of conversations, was it under conflictual demeanor, or was it supportive? Hey, what's going on? What do I need to do to help you and support you and stuff?
Yeah. So he was really very supportive
right away, or did it develop?
Yeah, he was very, very supportive, like immediately. He didn't really have the tools and the knowledge to really understand what was going on at first, but he was very enthusiastic about learning stuff. So basically, I approached him with it, and I was like, "Hey, I'm very, very unhappy, and I'm struggling a lot because of XYZ, and I need to make these changes in my life in order to feel better."
And did you expect the relationship to end?
I did. I really did, which would have not been very good for me because I was not able to be independently supporting at the time. But no, he was very, very with it from the very beginning. It only took him maybe like 3 weeks to get the whole name and pronoun thing down.
Wow.
And then he has, adamantly defended me against, members of family, etc., who were not very supportive. And he's basically been square in my corner the whole time. He made special arrangements at work so that he could get 2 weeks off when I had my surgery, so that he could be home with me and take care of me. He has supported everything, and he has never made me feel bad about it.
It's wonderful.
Wow.
That is brilliant.
Yeah. No, I feel really, really very lucky to be in the relationship that I'm in.
It's really a great story, and I'm. Well, of course, as a single trans woman, I have a certain amount of envy, not in the hostile sense, but in like the pining sense,
Okay, envy is not really a negative emotion. There's nothing wrong with admiring somebody else for having something that you don't have.
Yeah. No, I very, very much expected that to be the end of the relationship, because what little I did know about, partnerships where somebody comes out as gay or partnerships where somebody comes out as trans was that is basically the end of it in a lot of cases. And so it took me longer than I would have liked to be able to have that conversation, but it was very, very beneficial once it was had.
I will admit that, again, this is back 40 plus years ago. The first couple that I met, she was cis, he was in transition. I absolutely did not believe them. I said, there's something weird that you guys are up to, and I can't understand how you can possibly stay together. Which is all came out of my own bigotry and misunderstanding of my own condition and disorder. But I heard a few years ago that they're still together after 40 some years, and of course, very happy. And since then, I've reformed and realized, I thought it was a complete rarity that this can't possibly even happen another time in my life. I'll never see it. And of course, that's inaccurate, and I see it all the time now. And it's very neat and cool. But I'm just very impressed anytime you get a couple, married or unmarried, that are able to work it out and stay together. It's just a very impressive adaptation on both sides of the relationship. And I'm impressed. I'm glad you're happy.
Well, and
Yeah,
I think
I would have been transitioning in the mid-90s, but my ex just didn't take it seriously. She only saw it as a fetish.
I know that is much more common a thing that trans women hear versus trans guys.
Yeah, my ex was fine with me as long as she thought I was a cross-dresser. When she figured out that I was serious, if you'll excuse the phrase, then that's when she started to not like this shit.
Yeah, that's the same. My ex thought it was funny, and thought it was kind of fun that I might dress up like, for some parties we went to. But yeah, she didn't see it as being anything that was enduring. She thought it was just a game.
Yeah, huh?
I have this one friend back home who, oh geez, I was probably 3, 4, 5 years into my own transition, and I was public because I was living stealth, and he approached me one day and said that he's he used the word transvestite, and I know that he had just recently gotten married. Well, how's Sharon taking it and stuff like that, and she had a lot of difficulty, but worked to stay together with him, and to the best of my knowledge, they still are together. And of course, that was 30 plus years ago. But he also, a couple of years later, he approached me and talked to me about how he was jealous of me and wished that he could transition as well. So I don't know what direction that ever went to with those two. But it's a difficult road to hoe.
Oh my, yeah, we've got. Oh my, they're coming here now. The
that was quick.
Nothing broke while I was gone. Yeah, my mom lives like less than 3 kilometers from me, so.
Okay, I thought you were going to be going longer.
I wish you were around for all those questions, and you could jump in on them too.
What was that?
I wish you were around for all the questions that we were just pelting Larry with.
Oh yeah, I'm getting grilled.
Oh.
Yeah, the relationship with one of the partners being trans.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah.
like I say, I've got to work on a way to do this. I mean, we're not going to do it tomorrow or anything, but Minnow and Larry, I definitely would like to have the two of you on a panel.
Oh, I did ask Justin if he would be comfortable coming on sometime for us to both talk together, and he said that he would be into that.
All right. Yay. That would be really great, because then, yeah, you've got both perspectives.
He works overnight, so we would have to figure out a time that works. But yeah,
Okay, then yeah, that's going to be the most
I was
difficult
just
part.
I was just thinking that with Minnow back, since you're the cis person in the partnership, it'd be interesting to ask you some of the same questions. How did you guys get together? How long has it been?
Okay, so we got together. Actually, we met, like re-met online. I don't remember. It was like a dating. What's the main one that people? It was the only one that ever went on. But
What,
we actually went to
Match.com
high
or
school
some
together.
shit?
What?
What, Match.com or some shit?
Some shit like that. It wasn't Match.com. It's the one where you swipe.
oh,
I don't
Tinder?
remember. Yeah.
That's it. Tinder. Yeah, we matched on Tinder.
So for you guys, it was after she transitioned.
No. Actually, it was
Oh.
before she transitioned, and it wasn't even like a serious thing. It was like a side thing. I actually had like another primary partnership that I was in when I met her, and things with the primary partner ended up not working out. And she was pre-transition at the time, and there's like so many things that I look back on, and it's like, like we talked about getting married. And she very quickly said that she wanted to take my last name. This is before she transitioned. And just stuff like that. And we ended up, well, our wedding was scheduled for 2020, but we didn't actually have a wedding. So we actually just had our 1 year like marriage anniversary, but we didn't actually have like a wedding anniversary. But she, we were kind of like going through some issues when she actually came out to me. And looking back, I think some of those issues were having to do with her kind of being in the closet and stuff. And she actually was talking to Diana about this just the other day. We were talking on Messenger, and she actually brought up Diana and some other trans YouTubers. And she just said, I think I want to try HRT. That's how she came out to me. And I was like, but how do you like respond to that? You know?
Well,
you had
first looking on the floor of your jaw, you know.
So you had no awareness of her feelings prior to this?
There's like so many things looking back where like, yes, I was aware, but I was not fully aware that she was trans. I remember like one of the things that stands out in my mind was we were at a friend of hers house, and we were all going through a door, and her friend said, well, ladies first, like meaning me. And both me and my wife were like, well, obviously she's going to go first. Like, come on, let's be serious here. Which one of us is more ladylike? But like just stuff like that. Like I said about, you know, there have been things where it was like, I remember that she was like always like really jealous of my hair when I would like cut it shorter and stuff like that. And just things looking back where it's like, oh duh. Like I didn't know until she said that she wanted to go on HRT, but I knew. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
how many people know?
you were supportive, at least to the degree that you weren't instantly rejecting her at that point. Did you think about it immediately in terms of, can I continue this relationship with this person? Or was it a given in your head that you would continue the relationship?
Yeah, I think it was just a given that I would. I don't remember ever doubting it. My first inclination was, okay, she needs support. Okay, where we live, this is not going to be the easiest thing, but like, I don't remember ever doubting. I remember doubting if she was still going to want to be with me.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, hormones and stuff, you know, you never know.
But now she's only been in transition for a year or two. Is it
6 months. 6 months.
Oh,
Yeah,
only
not
6
very long
months.
at all.
But we're verbal about that for longer.
Yeah, to me,
Mhm.
not to her family.
Yeah.
Um,
Interesting. And you're happy?
Mhm.
And Larry, you're happy?
Now I won't say that we are without problems.
You're a couple.
Yeah.
If you did, I'd say you were lying. Don't
yeah.
even have to know you. Anyone who paints their marriage as being all rosy is lying.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
believe that.
Absolutely.
A
I believe that.
relationship is about realizing where you've got problems and working together to solve them.
Yep.
Minnow and Larry, I make the assumption that both of you would
Thank
recommend
you,
this as a
Dan.
perfectly fine thing for anybody who's cis to consider doing, as far as hooking up with a trans person.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that I think that this is a good thing. I do conceptualize that for some people, they associate being trans with having like a lot of baggage emotionally
Mhm.
and physically dealing with the physical process of the transition. And
Well,
I
they're not
understand that lots of
necessarily
people
wrong.
don't want to get into a relationship that they think will have baggage attached already from the outset. But I do think that, trans people are just people. And if you are interested in having a partnership with a person, a trans person is just as good as anybody else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Going into a relationship, everyone has baggage. The only question is yours a carry-on or do you need a U-Haul?
Uh-huh.
And that's one thing that like I couldn't praise my husband enough, because he never made me feel like anything that I needed was burdensome to him. He approached everything with an attitude of how can I help?
Yeah, it
And
makes
that
me.
is probably the best I could have ever wished for.
That's what I try to do for my wife. Yeah. Because it's, I feel like you guys already have enough of a burden that, like, my job as a partner is literally like, what part of that burden can I take? Like,
Mm.
you know?
It makes me sad though that so many people out there are obsessed with a body or with genitals, um, where all of a sudden those of us who were in that gray area when we were shat out, and then we went and did something about it, we somehow lose our status as people. We lose our status as humans, and
Could I see that Aunt Jer comment again? I'm sorry, Diana.
Yeah.
paparazzi.
It's kind of sad. A friend of mine just announced that their partner informed them on the 7th that they had filed for divorce. I was so surprised. I thought they were happy. It's sad because you never know. It's sometimes you can't see it from the outside.
And Jer, was that a because of trans issues or just in general cis marriage that went bad?
Mage says their baggage might fill a fleet of big rigs.
There we go.
I doubt that.
But if you're honest about it going into the relationship, that's still a lot better than most people start with.
Well, I am happy.
And being aware of it is a step ahead.
Yeah, I am happy though that some people were pretty honest with me. I'm trying to be honest with people, and I mentioned, okay, I have issues with major depression, and that's a deal breaker. I can't handle that. Thank you for telling me, because to have you decide if we have get a relationship started and into that relationship, then you decide you can't manage it. That's actually harder on me.
Yeah.
Coming up front and saying I can't do this. So
Yeah.
Thank you, Jer.
That is one of the reasons that I'm very open about my identity just in general. And I mentioned a little bit, on the other stream that I am in a very privileged position where I'm very safe to be out in public because of the area that I live in and the ethos I'm in. But it is very painful to get, to start a friendship with somebody and then, reveal that part of yourself and then have them reject you after so much time.
Yeah.
You know? And so, like, that's why I'm very upfront when I meet new people. Hi, I'm Larry. I'm trans. So if you have a problem with that, let's get that out of the way first.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And I was upfront because I figured I had to be. I hadn't had my documentation changed yet, and I wasn't able to afford surgery. I still can't. So, there are things that aren't fitting together. And well, you might as well know I was Edward, so here I am, Diana. Hi, how are you? For the most part, it's been good. I've only had a couple instances where somebody had a real problem with it. One of those instances was the slimy bastards, unfortunately. And well, not unfortunately, they were abusive assholes in the first place. So, yeah, I don't use the word parent. I don't use the word father. I never had any of those. So that's what that's all about.
You had owners.
Say again, hon?
You had owners.
Yeah, but basically speaking, yeah, they thought they owned me. They really did. He especially. If I had an opinion he didn't agree with, right out of his mouth, who told you to think that? Fuck you, asshole.
That's how my grandpa was. I just have always had very liberal beliefs, even from, early childhood. And whenever I would say something, even vaguely indicating that I thought that other people deserved good things, he would just kind of sneer and go, Democrat.
Okay.
I think one of my very favorite YouTube quotes, and it's been a while back now, but it was the actual Jake from Hannah and Jake. And I can't remember who it was that he was debating, but he his response was, well, I think that you need to suck on a dick and choke it. Or suck on a dick and choke on it or something like that. But I also think that you deserve access to all of your basic needs being met. And that, sir, is the difference between you and I.
Yeah. I used to watch Hannah and Jake a lot.
I thought
let me just sum up so we can move on to different subjects.
I
said before I'm just very happy for both of you, and I think that's very cool. I just hope someday that I can meet a woman as cool as you, Minnow.
Aww.
And that's all.
You will. You will.
No, I won't.
I'm nothing special. We are
That's
really
my
lucky.
line.
we are really lucky, and I realize that it wasn't an issue for us, because I feel like it is for a lot of people, especially like newlyweds. I mean, really, we are still newlyweds, and I think that for a lot of people it might be a deal breaker, but we just happen to be lucky, If we were religious, we would say that like God put us together, but neither of us are.
Yeah. Well, and in my case, it was also just good luck that we both happened to be bisexual. So like he also had the capacity to be attracted to men, so that didn't get in the way. I know that with a lot of people, if you're monosexual and you're only attracted to one gender, then that could be a significant component of it, because it is hard to maintain a relationship in a romantic sense with somebody that you're not attracted to.
Oh well, every partnership I've seen dissolve when one person reveals trans has been because of the sexual
the lack of attraction.
My most recent ex actually used the sentence, "I don't want to be a lesbian." Yeah.
But why not?
There is that. So I don't know.
Okay, well, you can be a bisexual person and still be with somebody like yeah.
No, I mean, we split up for other reasons, but yeah, the tendency toward being trans was there. It was up in the front as far as that goes. No, I went about my transition after we broke up, so that transitioning didn't do it. Okay, I'll shut up.
This is an interesting comment by Rose. It makes me feel a little sad. I always felt bad for my coworker back in the early 2000s because she would use the men's restroom, and when I asked her why, because we wouldn't care if she was in there, she said it's because others would care.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah.
That's there have only been a couple of times where my wife has had to use a public restroom, and I've always been there with her and like try to start some shit. I'll fucking finish it.
When I was in my androgynous period, which was most of my life, I used the men's room because I was afraid of getting beaten up, quite frankly.
Yes.
See, I feel like I would be afraid to get beaten up in the men's room.
I
I wasn't wearing dresses, and it was pretty easy for me to look like just a weird guy. So
Okay.
I've
I've been thinking about that quite a lot because, for me, the changes haven't become obvious yet, but I've been thinking about that a lot, that when they do, like which restroom should I be using? Which way is it going to be safer?
yeah, I wasn't stunning and glamorous as I am now.
I wouldn't say that I have ever felt threatened in the sense that I feared for my physical safety, but I have been called out in bathrooms before.
Yeah, I think.
But I also made the deliberate choice to start using the men's room before I had even a chance of passing because I had like size E breasts at the time.
But like, what did somebody say to you? Like, seriously, like what? Like,
Oh well,
if it's too personal, don't tell me. But
No,
like, it's just like,
it's not-
what the?
it's-
Who has the fucking audacity? Sorry.
it wasn't even really all that bad. It was just awkward because I went in the bathroom, I went into the stall, and like as I was closing the door to the stall, some guy just shouts at the top of his fucking lungs, "There's a girl in here!" And I'm like, "What's wrong with you?
No.
I'm trying to pee."
Yeah. Like, is somebody trying to look at you? Is that like?
Well,
Like,
men.
well,
Is there a problem?
Men should be used, if they're adults, they should be used to women using the men's room. It happens so often in like stadiums.
Yes, it
and
does.
places
Yes, it
like
does.
that.
Yeah, well, yeah, because there's never enough.
Okay,
stalls
I
to
have
go around.
seen how weird men get about this because, I spent a lot of time taking care of kids alone. And men would freak out because I brought my 8-year-old daughter into the men's room. And it's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm not going to let her out of my sight in a public place.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciated it around here, like when
Oh.
you would see that the men's rooms would start having changing tables and stuff like that. Because it's like, thank you for recognizing that, like, kids have more than one parent sometimes.
I really like Hunter's comment, by the way, Larry. When you said, the guy said, "There's a girl in here." Hunter said, "You should have said, where?"
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that was
Hunter is great. Hunter needs
Why-
to
why can't we all just go in the
participate
toilet?
more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the other time I was actually in a women's bathroom and I got removed from the women's bathroom because I wasn't supposed to be there.
Really?
I mean, well,
Was
you
this
weren't, but like,
a
who cares?
Transition.
How
Yeah.
did that-
How about like we just have like bathrooms though? Like, I know like there've been like a
I
few
know,
like
we should
truck
just
stops that
have-
I've gone
We should
to.
just have bathrooms that have actual locks on the doors, and then there would be no fucking problem.
That's what I was gonna
Because
say.
it's
Is
just
I've been
a
to a few
room.
truck stops that just have bathrooms, and it's in kind of almost like the whole building was kind of like a locker room, And you go into a room that has a full fucking door that goes like all the way from the ceiling to the floor, not like these American stupid stalls that have like a
Yep.
gap this fucking big around a door that's like this far from the freaking ground. Anyway, more than that, actually. Usually they're like small enough for a small child to crawl under.
Small
No,
child, nothing.
Larry,
They're
full
enough
bathroom
for a
doors
small
that
adult to
lock.
crawl under.
Larry, you
Then
said
it wouldn't
you
be a fucking problem.
were removed from bathroom. How did
Yeah,
that?
if we didn't have these stupid fucking bathrooms where you can stand on your tiptoes and look over the wall, then
Yeah.
it wouldn't be a
Exactly.
fucking problem.
Yeah, there isn't any reason why we can't have complete closets that close
Well,
up
and
where
it's
the
like-
toilets are, And then when you get out
Everybody's
of
worried
there,
about-
it doesn't matter who you're standing next to when you wash your hands.
Yep.
Exactly.
Well, some people think it does.
Exactly. And everybody's worried about fucking pedos and shit anyway. Well, that would stop the fucking pedos too. They're not going to be like
come on, the pedos
peeping through the gaps if there aren't any fucking gaps to peep through.
Well, besides the fact that this is just not a thing that happens, like the vast majority of cases where someone is assaulted, especially where a child is assaulted, it is by a person that they know. It's
Yeah.
not in a random public bathroom. It's by an adult. It's by like an uncle or a cousin or somebody close to them that has some kind of fucking problem. But this
Also-
thing where they're obsessed with there's going to be like waves of assaults in public bathrooms. That's not a thing that happens in a
I just
statistically
like.
relevant
Do
way.
you who seriously thinks that like a person who's gonna like go assault a fucking child, like this kind of like terrible fucking person, is gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna assault this kid, but oh wait, that has a stick lady on it instead of a stick man. I'm not gonna go in there.
Well,
Well,
besides the
here's the
fact that if you
interesting
didn't want to
thing,
go to
though.
jail for forever, you probably wouldn't assault somebody in a public place.
Yeah, because if you, the way I'm thinking, and tell me I'm full of shit if I am, we, trans community here, are probably the last people to assault anybody anywhere because we don't want to attract attention to ourselves.
Well, yeah, there's that.
Right?
And
Which
we're on
I-
so many hormones, we have no sexual libido, anyways.
That's what
Well,
I was
I know,
gonna
I
say
know.
is like statistically speaking, like as far as like who is more likely to assault somebody, it's like there isn't a distinction. But when you think about it, if you look at most perpetrators, most of them were victims of previous perpetrators. And like the fact that like the trans community is like so full of people who like have been assaulted but like statistically don't assault people, like really like when you think about it that way, like the statistics are actually lower for trans people to like end up actually being perpetrators of assault.
Larry, I wanted to ask you this. We've kind of moved away from it, but I'm still going to go back.
Oh, sure.
You said you were removed from a bathroom. I would love to hear the details of, the timeline of events to have that occur.
Oh, so this was probably. All right, I've been on hormones for about 2 years, and this was probably about a year ago.
Okay.
And so I was not very secure in my gender presentation at that point, and I was in a public place that was unfamiliar to me. It was in a shop that I did not normally go to, so I was not as confident about asserting myself there. So I decided I was going to use the women's room because, my ID has a little F on it, and I thought if there were any problems, that would solve it. But no, it didn't. So what happened was, I went in the bathroom and I did my business and I was washing my hands, and then a lady just bolted out of the bathroom. She didn't talk to me directly. She just bolted out of the bathroom like her pants were on fire. And then a member of management and a member of security of that building came in and they were like, "You have to leave."
Hey, Math Pig, how you doing, hon?
Did you-
Thanks so much.
So
Did you offer any ID or anything, or try to argue with it, or you just complied?
I was very, very timid at that time, and I did just leave. I left, and Justin took me to a different store that we were gonna shop at, and I used their bathroom instead. No, I guess I hadn't gone to the bathroom yet because I still had to go to the bathroom when we left. But so I walked into the bathroom, lady bolted out, guy comes in, is like, "You have to leave." And then I ended up having to go to the bathroom in a completely different building.
A male came into the women's bathroom and harassed a birth certificated woman in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
It was the manager and the security guard he brought with him were both male.
the
So
irony.
like there was like a line or whatever. It's fucking ridiculous.
But no, it's one of those things that's really, really super weird because on the one hand, it's like, yay, I look like a guy. But on the other hand, this really horrifically embarrassing situation had to happen for no
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't win no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know like why people equate people being assaulted in the bathroom to like it having anything to do with trans people. Like, I'm pretty sure what I remember the one TikTok video about the person like counting out all of the US senators that have assaulted people in bathrooms versus like I don't remember if it was 0 or 1 trans people that are on the record having assaulted somebody in a public space like that. It's like it was like literally like over a dozen like senators. It's like,
It depends on whether or not you count Jessica Yannick.
Well, because if there were a lot of instances of it happening, it would be fucking everywhere. The BBC would be covering it. Like all the Fox News would be covering it every fucking day. If there were a statistically significant incidence rate of it happening, it would be everywhere because this is the hot button issue right now.
exactly.
I was asked to leave. This is actually the only time it ever happened was about 7 years ago. I was in a smallish town in Wisconsin, Port Washington, and I was fishing off the pier in Lake Michigan, and I had to get some tackle or something, so I stopped in the store, and I'd been drinking a lot of coffee, and so I just had to take a break. And so I went into the women's room because I'm a woman. I was post-op for decades, and
Yeah.
I was completely androgynous looking, and I know that I had a very male-ish appearance at the time. And one of the owners of the store, a woman came up to me or knocked on the door, and because it was a one-person stall, and said that you're in the wrong room. You can't use this. And I said, pardon me? She says, this is the women's room. I said, yeah, so. She says, well, and and of course I know what she's thinking. So I said, oh, did you want to inspect? Here, let me show you. And I started pulling down my pants, and she just freaked. She just freaked. She said, no. And so I just closed the door and I did my business and I walked out, giving her a nice little scowl. I'll give you all the ID you want. You can take a look. You can touch it if you want. But you just made a bad assumption, lady.
And that's something that I don't often entertain the TERFs with my time and effort, but sometimes I do. I get bored. But that is something that I brought up. Like the point behind, I was sharing that exact same story of me getting put out of a women's room is like, this is what's going to happen to gender nonconforming people who are still cis. And like, because you have such a rabid hatred for trans people, you're going to shoot yourselves in the foot because not all women are that feminine. Not all men are that masculine. And I was like, you can't always tell what somebody's genitals are from looking at their exterior because most of us do not wear clothing revealing enough that would be immediately obvious. And so like, they gave me a speech about how many girls would you sacrifice for the sake of trans rights, and I'm like, you're doing the exact same thing, but at the opposite. You're literally, going to toss out people on your own side. You're going to toss out people who are, not conventionally attractive, or people who are, like I said, gender nonconforming. How many short-haired women are you okay with getting harassed in the bathroom?
Yeah.
You're not helping anybody.
Well, but I've heard some TERFs respond to that with, well, that's just kind of like collateral damage, so that's okay.
But it's not, though.
Well, yeah, we know that. But
the TERFs don't like nonconformers anyway.
And that's where
it's a thing that happens. This is a thing that happens with women getting tossed out of bathrooms. Yeah, it happens.
But like, this is the thing that like TERF ideology, even though they call themselves radical feminists, TERF ideology circles back around to being really patriarchal. Where if you don't fit this very specific script for what your gender is supposed to be, then fuck you. And like that's not what feminism is. Like the idea of feminism was that you should not, your personality and your identity are not biologically mandated. You
Well,
don't belong in the
exactly.
kitchen just because you have a vagina, you know?
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
and they're
They want
circling back around because they hate trans people so much. They're circling back around to this mandated identity for women and men. And
they're using the existence of a binary existence for in society to rationalize their own personal hatred that they've had of Jones. See, a lot of these women who are these radical turfs today that are older women and stuff, I faced the exact same people in the 70s when they were young lesbians and they had a boner out for trans people. They haven't changed their opinion. They've just gotten to turn into a bunch of old cranks who have this Jones for a certain group of people. It has nothing to do with sexuality. It has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with their personal hatred of something that they have never taken the time to understand, or people that they've ever taken the time to get to know. That's why it's frustrating to me, because it is the exact same people. They're my age, and I've seen them doing this for their entire lives.
Yeah. Doc Fearsome in the chat, he I'm not sure what your pronouns are. I'm sorry. I've never understood why people assume you're automatically safe using the bathroom or being naked with people of the same sex. I never felt safe with anybody around in those situations. I feel that real hard because I've been to gyms and stuff, and like I've never been comfortable in place with like people that like get stripped buck naked when they're in the gym and then walk around the locker room like it's nothing. I'm like, I don't want to see you naked.
And I
don't
feel like
want
there are
people to
people
see
who
me
are like
naked.
fine with being naked, and there are people who are not fine with being naked, and it's not necessarily like strictly along like gender lines. Like there's like those like nudist colonies where it's not separated by gender, but people still go around naked all the freaking time.
Yeah.
I was afraid of men in the bathroom years before I ever transitioned. Okay, I just don't trust men in a bathroom. Period.
For the record, Doc Fearsome's an urban horror, so the pronouns are it.
Oh, okay. But like, yeah, for me, being naked is coded with a certain kind of intimacy that I'm incapable of accepting from strangers.
Okay, then I get it.
Yeah, but what Jenny was saying, that even as an adult, I got harassed in the locker room at the public pool, because I didn't look manly enough, because I didn't have much chest hair.
Same thing happened to my wife. Yeah, because she had breast tissue actually before she transitioned. Yeah, because she was a little shapelier. She got some hips. But yeah, that was not acceptable in a boys' locker room at all.
Yeah,
there's a very stereotypical image of what a man is supposed to look like, and if you deviate too far from that, you're going to have trouble with it. And there are just a lot of really close-minded people about that.
And I was harassed in high school and any other locker room situation because I happened to be endowed with this massive micro penis, So they've been calling me girl for most of my life. Well,
there's the interesting thing in like junior high school gym class. I got all kinds of shit because I started puberty very early. I was singing baritone at the age of 10. Okay, and because I was so in quotes advanced over the other boy kids in there, they would always give me shit. So it works both ways on that one. It's really weird the way it works.
Rose is one of those people who is the just get naked people. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to be that way too. Mensons were very good at naked pool parties. And, when I was a member of Mensa, we would do a whole bunch of that stuff and everything. And anymore, it's like I'm old and I look like shit. Old, fat, and ugly. There we go.
I am
Yeah.
always
Shut up.
I am
Shut
always,
up.
I'm always naked in my own home. And I just don't answer the door unless it's Jehovah's.
Okay, yeah, that's great.
I remember in college we had a few like naked parties, like house parties, but like they were like naked house parties. And I remember it was one of those things where it was like kind of awkward at first and then it like stopped being awkward. And then they were like get to a point where like we would all like suddenly at the same moment remember that we were all naked and it would be awkward again for like another 5 minutes.
Well,
Okay,
at the
then.
naked parties, I was always very popular with the men, but they never wanted the other men to know about it.
Oh.
I've never been to a naked party. I'm shocked.
I must say that in my social group, that was never a thing that was proposed.
You guys were perverts, okay? That's it.
Oh, all right.
We just, you just sometimes you have a naked house party. Sometimes they were just pantsless. And so it was like tops were optional, but like no pants.
Well, Jenny, what you were saying earlier about, transitioning and not having a sex drive anymore. Yeah, I think I'm reaching the point that there's a chance mine may get down into the range of normal.
Okay, then it's a problem, isn't it? I tell you, I don't mind at this point the loss of libido from the testosterone blockers and the estrogen, because I was totally sex driven when I was young. I ruined a marriage that way. It was very inconvenient, and now I can focus on the rest of life. There is life beyond sex, kids. And yeah.
My first 6 months on testosterone was something approaching a
Well, and I was actually saying that with my doctors before I started the hormones. That's like they kept saying over and over, that the diminished sex drive is one of the big side effects. And I kept explaining to them that would be a relief. I might be able to focus on something else once in a while.
Yeah. I mean, these days I'm Demi, and it's nice. I like it. I really do.
It was very, very confusing because with the T, I had a spike in libido, like real crazy high. And I actually I have touch aversion, and I'm like somewhere on the edge of the ace spectrum.
Okay.
Not that I don't enjoy sex occasionally, but conditions have to be very specific for me to be able to accept physical intimacy.
Yeah, okay, fine.
If that makes any sense. But so having that huge spike in libido and like feeling, like more sex drive than I had ever had before, but still not being emotionally able to deal with having sex that much, that was an adventure.
My criteria for in sexual encounter is while they're breathing,
That helps. Yeah.
and willing. That's pretty easy.
That is always preferable.
Usually,
And I've never found either.
Sorry, guys, I gotta move again. If you get motion sick, close your eyes.
I have said that about.
I don't know if that was the
only
time.
limitation I have is I draw the distinction that they have to be the same species.
Oh,
I know people who don't consider that important.
Yeah,
Same
that
species and
Yeah.
adults of the same species, please.
would really limit my choices. I can't do that.
Kind of related to that, apparently, there was a woman who was taken off an airplane this week for breastfeeding a cat.
I heard about that.
saw
I thought it
that
was last
already.
week. It was last week, wasn't it? Was it this week?
Okay, was it last week? I don't know. Maybe I was reading an article that was older than I realized.
It was recently. Yeah, I saw that.
I don't understand.
She was taken off for refusing to stop. Like that was the thing. Was that like she wasn't
Okay.
taken off for the act of
Okay.
breastfeeding the cat?
Okay.
It was the airline attendants asked her to please stop, and she
Yeah.
refused.
Well,
So this
the
was a
flight attendant
compliance.
was basically keeping to the policy written out that I'm sorry, ma'am, but the animal has to remain in its carrier while we're in flight.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Okay. I
I
understand.
would be
Because,
upset
like,
if they were asking a nursing mother to.
Oh.
Yeah.
But
So
a cat,
I'm
never understand that.
struggling to kind of decide in my mind whether or not I think that is explicitly unethical. It's weird. I don't understand it, but
It is not appropriate in public at minimum.
No, it's certainly
No.
I think that way, but I get a lot of crap from people when I think that this isn't necessarily acceptable in public or this isn't appropriate, and they are giving me a hard time where they think I should believe that everything is appropriate. You know,
Yeah,
unless it's explicitly harmful. It's let's draw the line there. And I don't know. I just don't, because there are things I'm on the explicit display of skin and lewdness and that sort of thing that you see on the floats in the pride parades sometimes. I'm uncomfortable with. And I don't know, why is it that I'm supposed to be comfortable with it? I don't get it.
I agree. I feel some of them take it too far, but yeah, who's the one to draw the line?
Yeah, there you go.
well,
Well,
I think it's completely fair to say the public is drawing that line. The public, the vast majority of people don't want to see that. And I understand why they don't want to, and I don't necessarily feel it's certainly not okay for my personal feelings, but there's more public than there is people who are willing to do that or are open to seeing that. And I think that we need to respect the space of other people, and for that reason,
I think you need to respect public places just because the idea of the potential that there may be children present.
Yeah. Well, and I'm surprised at how many people are like adamantly not willing to understand me when I try to explain how that makes me feel, because like I understand the importance of the kink community in the gay rights movement, and I think that there's a lot of history there that is very important, but at the same time, like, there's a big thing at Pride here in Indy where there's like domination clubs that come out and everybody brings their partners in full regalia, very explicitly sexual. There's a lot of things that are involved in like the public humiliation kink. And my personal feeling is that you don't get to involuntarily involve other people with your kink. And so if your kink is based on the fact that, other people are being made to observe you in an embarrassing state, I don't want to be involved in your sexual activity.
Right.
You are free to have it. You are free to have it. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it when you're practicing it between the 2 or 4 or 8 of you.
Or more.
Yeah.
I mean, they have pony play ranches where you can go do that in a ranch with the whole group of people.
And I've been kicked out of kink groups because of that.
But I
don't believe in any kind of public play.
Yeah,
because that violates the rule of consent. You're involving people who did not consent before this started.
Yes, it is a consent issue, and you can't go up to a crowd of we get like 15,000 people sometimes show up for Pride. So you can't go up to each and every one of them with a form and say, hey, do you consent to seeing XYZ?
Right.
Yeah, and you can't type it in as some liability statement on the ticket purchase either.
Yeah.
You can't sign away liability. I'm sorry.
Well, and definitely not if it's something that's occurring in a public park.
That's what I was going to say, is if it's outdoor and in the public, if it's an indoor private space, that's one thing. If you're selling tickets and you disclose that in the tickets, whatever. But it's like I was saying about like the pony play ranches and stuff like that. Like it's disclosed to people when they go there. Like
What is a pony play ranch? I've never heard of this.
So it's like the idea is that the setting is similar to a ranch, but it is for people who are into a specific type of kink known as pony play, where one partner acts as the horse and the other partner acts as the rider, typically.
Oh, that's real?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And they typically
Okay.
have
It's already
they
in
have
novels and
yeah.
stuff. Oh my
Oh
god.
no, it's real.
and they
That's real.
typically have like set up for very elaborate fantasy situations.
Yeah.
In addition to that, so like a stable to put your pony in, for example.
Aw.
You know.
And then they'll have like a whole like a show jumping like setup for you to like go take your pony through the show jumping setup.
Okay, no, I've read books where that's been in there. I just didn't know that it was real.
Oh yeah,
There
there's
are
one.
people who
There's
like to play
actually
it out, yes.
there's one in Kentucky, I think.
That figures. This is probably owned by Mitch McConnell.
Oh, yay.
It's right next to the Creation Museum.
Yeah, no, I'm mistaken. Mitch McConnell owns the Turtle Play Ranch. It's
My mother-in-law went and took all of her friends to see the Noah's Ark attraction, and she did not shut up about it. I swear to God, for about 6 months.
Oh. Diana and I drove down there for the protest. We didn't go into the Ark. Just because we weren't going to give him any of our money.
Mom, dear,
Yeah.
everything
Yeah,
you
no.
thought read is an absolute bold-faced lie. God.
It's so silly, especially when you see it in 3D model form. And I don't understand how people don't look at it and see how silly it is.
I've seen pictures of the inside of the museum.
They have a whole display about explaining what Noah did with the poop from all the animals.
Yeah.
Everybody say hi to Amanda. She's on
Oh, hi,
Twitch.
Amanda.
Linda, yay!
She said, "Did I miss the Jimmy Snow talk?" But no, there ended up not being Jimmy Snow talk because of stupid technical difficulties.
So, who is Jimmy Snow?
Jimmy Snow is a former friend of mine. He's also known as Dear Mr. Atheist.
Okay.
He has a pretty big show on YouTube now.
Oh, I thought you were going to say ego.
He has a ginormous ego. That also inflated incrementally along with the size of his channel. And he started doing shit like using his followers for sexual gratification and some other stuff. And I don't think that shit actually would have like necessarily come out if he hadn't have like basically stuck his foot in his mouth with the whole Gabby Hanna Rachel Oates situation. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Oh, am I ever familiar with that?
Okay, let me see how quickly of a rundown I can do this. Gabby Hanna, who is just kind of she's used to be a Viner, now she's a YouTuber. She's a lifestyle YouTuber, whatever. She wrote a book called Adultolescence. Rachel Oates, who is an atheist booktuber who also does like reviews of just different like YouTubers, books and poetry and stuff like that. She did a review of Gabby Hanna's book Adultolescence and said basically in more or less words, my dog could write better poetry, and then proceeded to do a video with her dog where she had her dog like choose different treats to like correspond with different words and like wrote a book of poetry with her dog called
great.
Dogolescence. Basically kind of mocking, some would say maybe perhaps in mocking of Gabby Hanna's book. Gabby Hanna then wrote a second book, and for reasons unbeknownst to all of us, except for possibly Gabby Hanna, she sent a copy to Rachel Oates. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
A book reviewer who has reviewed her previous book. She sent the person who like wrote a whole book mocking your first book. You sent her a copy of your second book. Okay. So then Rachel sits down to review it and do a video about it and starts like tweeting comments to kind of like drum up traffic and stuff, getting in preparation for the video as she's editing it and whatnot. And then Gabby gets basically up in her feels about it and goes to their mutual friend Jimmy Snow, who happens to be a friend of mine, and says, "Hey Jimmy, your friend Rachel is gonna write another bad book review about me, and like I'm up in my feels about it." And Jimmy decided to be a fucking white knight and let Gabby Hanna manipulate him, and went to Rachel Oates and basically sent her this like long message on Twitter that was like, "Hey, just so that you know, like maybe don't write such a like mean review because she's like messed up in anticipation of like what your review is gonna be." And it's like, dude, she's a book reviewer. Like it's literally unethical what you're asking her to do. And she basically responds and says like, "Hey, what you're asking is kind of unethical." And he like fucking goes and like doubles down. And is like, "Well, I thought that we were friends," and blah, 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 blah. And so she goes on Twitter and she's like, "Hey," and shares the message, but not who it was from. And it was like, "Am I like way off base here? Is this like this person did this, you know, in private DMs, and like it feels a little wrong." And people were like, "Yeah, no, that's messed up." And then Jimmy decided to like out himself in it and was like, "That was my message, and like I'm mad."
Yeah.
And so that kind of got people like talking about him more, and then there were more connections made where people realized that there were what they thought were small instances of him maybe being too flirty with fans and maybe exchanging some dirty pictures and stuff with fans, and they thought that they were like the only one who was in that situation, and then ended up getting ghosted, and it turns out that they were not.
Okay, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Oh my.
So yes,
That
exactly.
Really, that really brings to mind. So I stopped watching a lot of atheist content a while back when I stopped doing my YouTube channel, because there are a lot of big egos in this community. And so like when I like back in my day, I would be watching like the Cult of Dusty and the Amazing Atheist and like Coctopus Prime and a bunch of those guys. And they would get into pissing matches with each other all the time. And like Thunderfoot, you know, and like they would get into pissing matches all the time and like make big deals out of nothing, and then end up getting themselves in way more trouble than whatever the original thing was worth. And
I was actually a supporter of Jimmy Snow for about the first 2 years when most of his stuff was about, you know, the NIFB people.
Did you see my Jimmy merch that I'm wearing? I'm actually wearing Jimmy merch. We still have Jimmy merch.
But that just seems like not a safe thing to do if you're even if you're like a minor celebrity to do the sexting with your fans.
Yeah, there's a questionable power dynamic there.
But
Mr. Willis is here. Hi, Mr. Willis.
On the other hand, I do have to say that there are several YouTubers who did wind up basically finding their partners because they had a YouTube channel and they started talking to each other online that way.
Yeah, okay.
Well, there's nothing.
That's fine. That's not. He was really like misusing his position of authority. You know.
Yeah. Again, it's, you know, there's a gray area in there.
There is, and I will grant that. But Jenny, I think it's your mic is popping. If you could mute when you're not talking, yeah. But yeah, there is a gray area in there, and I feel like it kind of a little bit has to do with like numbers, and a little bit has to do with like how well you knew people and like that sort of thing, you know. But yeah, it was far too many people from when he had far too many subscribers. That it was yeah, not a good situation.
So this was like a regular Friday night kind of thing.
Kind of, and then he would, you know, ghost people, and basically make them feel like they were,
Consumable objects.
yeah, pretty much.
Well, you ever hear my Snow story?
Welcome, Amanda, to the stream. Hello.
Hello.
Yay!
Hi, Amanda, but I'm not allowed to talk. I got to turn off my mic.
You're not allowed to
Just
talk.
when you're not talking, Jenny.
When
Sorry.
you're not talking, mute. That's it. Jenny. We've been like it's the same rule every time. Don't act like you've never heard this before.
No, I know. The only thing that makes me mad about it is that it's not anybody's production fault. It's not anybody's equipment fault here at home. It's StreamYard's ability to write good software. That's the problem. Because no other video package that does these things has this problem with my phone. Only
Yeah, the
StreamYard.
StreamYard's mobile app has issues.
Nobody else does.
Nope.
So that's what makes me mad. And I'll go back on mute.
Yeah, and it is only the people on StreamYards who are using phones or tablets that run into these issues. Anybody who's using a laptop or a desktop computer doesn't run into it.
Really?
So John texted me and said because he listened after the stream, but he did listen to our stream. And he said we were all way too nice to each other. So,
I mean,
but yeah,
How are you being too nice to each other?
I don't know.
yeah, there's people tell me and my mom that like we're far too reasonable about things, but I'm like, how are we too reasonable? It's a little bit. I mean,
Well, especially when you've got a group of people who have pretty shit lives.
yeah.
Understatement of the century. But yeah, so Dark Matter says hi, Diana, and
What? I didn't hear my name.
I said Dark Matter said hello, and he wishes you well. So anyway,
Oh, and don't let me forget when we get off of here that I need to go raid Ben on Twitch because he's on Twitch this morning. Well, it's going to be like 3 hours probably, I think. Is that? I should check.
Amanda, you sound very tired. Are you okay?
on?
Amanda,
Yeah, Amanda, you sound tired.
are you okay?
I had a fucked up day. I mean, there isn't a day that I can really not say that lately. So
Yeah.
it's just
Damn it! I wish I could bring you and Angel up here for a vacation. That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Like maybe an 8-week vacation where you get to drive around a little bit and. Well,
I just want a break. I just want one fucking day. Like seriously, every time anything even remotely good happens to me, and we immediately get fucking smacked down. Like it's just there's no catching a break right now. It is all fucking awful. So
Yeah. Well, it runs you down. You spend so much time just, trying to fend off the next crisis.
basically, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted, but I got my bed to myself, other than the dog, my bed to myself tonight. Or at least there's that. The last few days, since we got here, since Angel and I are sharing a room, yeah, we've been kicking each other all night long. The dog and the kid and me in the bed, all kicking each other. So. Oh, my Jimmy Snow story. That's what I was going.
Oh yeah. Let's hear it.
So like I had I was new to YouTube and I had questions about like I like I said I didn't like Jimmy, but I had a couple questions about Mormonism, just because my father was technically raised Mormon, and my father was my abuser, and yada yada yada. It didn't really matter why, but I did send him a couple emails, and I think maybe a Twitter DM at one point, asking, introducing myself and asking for, like, I just have a couple questions if you have the chance. Totally ignored me completely. Fine, whatever. He's a big YouTuber. I get it. It's cool. But so I
When
figured
was
he just,
this?
like, what?
When was this? Do you remember?
Probably almost 2 years ago.
Okay.
So but I, like, I figured he just wasn't reading the messages or the emails or anything like that. And then
It was mostly him and his brother still at that point, so like maybe, but
yeah, I don't know. But then I ended up, like, maybe last, it was about a year ago, maybe October or November of last year. I was on a stream. I used to do this show called Friday Night Six Pack, which was an Australian show, so it was super early on Friday mornings for me. But I came on not knowing what the topic was about, and apparently it was about Jimmy. They had one of the hosts had some stuff to say. She's a trans woman, and I wasn't knowledgeable enough, and plus I was, to really add to the conversation. Plus, I'm aware that Jimmy's fan base is kind of insane a bit. And the guy who runs the channel, like, straight up hates Jimmy and just always has, and will take any opportunity to talk shit about him, whether he's right or not. And that's not okay. Like, you can not like someone, you can disagree, but just to talk shit to talk shit, I'm not down with that. But anyway, so I get on the show, and, like, right before they're like, yeah, we're talking about Jimmy Snow. And I'm like, oh God, about what? And I didn't even get a chance to hear what it was about until I got on. And so they just went off, and it was the three of us. It was two of them talking shit, and me just gotta, like, oh my God, he's gonna burn me to the ground, just because I'm involved. So I ended up texting him, DMing him, and saying, look, if you hear about this, I didn't know it was happening. I apologize. Obviously, if you listen, you'll know I wasn't saying anything bad about you. I just happened to be on the show. I was just trying not to get destroyed by Jimmy Snow and his fans. And he texted me back right away. So clearly he was reading the shit and stuff. It just, when it was about,
or at least looking for that, he knew your username. Because here's the other thing that was interesting. When I spoke out about him recently, he went back, and this was before I had changed my YouTube name to match my Twitter handle, which is my old gamer tag, which is how Jimmy knew me when he and I first met. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But my whole YouTube channel name had changed since then. And when I posted on my YouTube channel, which had a different name, he saw it, saw my face, fucking remembered my name, and went and fucking blocked me on Twitter.
Really? Jesus.
Yeah. I didn't have links to it was at that point in time, they were not even linked. He just saw my face and fucking remembered me.
No, in this
and
case,
he fucking copyright claimed my fucking videos.
Which
they're still up
that's just fucking shitty.
No, because, like, me telling him about the show was the first time he had heard about it. I was the one that stupidly broke the news to him.
Really?
So
okay.
It was just like he's reading everything and just ignoring everything unless it was about him. So that was that kind of just rubbed me the wrong way.
I could see that being the case. Yeah. Yeah. He's that kind of douchebag. He's that kind of self-absorbed fucking douchebag. Yeah.
But, like, his new, I've caught his new, what is it, TMI show or whatever. It's his, like, attempt at late night whatever. Oh, thank you, Mage. I really appreciate it. I probably will. I will definitely take you up on that. It feels really disingenuous and kind of skeezy and gross, and I don't know. I never liked him to begin with, but like his new direction and how he kind of like came out and was like, if you guys don't start watching my show, I'm just gonna cancel altogether. Like that was really shitty.
Yeah. He threw a little fucking hissy fit. Exactly. He basically like tried to guilt trip his audience into watching. He started a new show and it wasn't the same as his old content. Nobody really fucking liked it. I tried to watch it a couple times. It just wasn't that fucking good. Also, he thought that he had like comedic timing and he doesn't really. He's just like a little bit.
No, he doesn't.
Right. So it wasn't good. And then he was like, like, I'm going to quit doing it or whatever. And people were like, okay, good. Because like, fucking, we liked your old shit better. And then he was like, no, you misunderstand me. When I say that I'm going to quit doing my new show, I mean, I'm going to quit YouTube. I'm not going to go back to doing my old content. I'm just going to quit. And then like, since then, when people were like, okay, fucking quit, he actually went back and started doing his old fucking content again.
When I first ran into him, he was still a very small channel, and I wasn't impressed with him. I mean, he's a really
okay, Amorose, thank you. Keep it in mind.
He's a really good public speaker, and he knows how to build a sentence really well and all that kind of stuff. And so I took interest and I followed him and stuff like that. And I find this was before he cut himself off to everybody but his personal crew for DMs or anything. I wrote him a letter and I said I appreciate your stuff, blah blah blah. He would once in a while deal with trans issues, and I offered myself. I said that I'd be more than happy to consult with you on trans issues or be a voice on your show if you, at some point if you wanted. And the basic response was, how could you possibly have anything interesting to say at your age?
That's a bunch of shit.
And question my knowledge of trans issues at all, which I realize I don't know much, but
like, a hell of a lot more than he does. Oh my goodness. But my question about this question, I guess, is if you're asking if he's the same person in DMs and talking when the record button isn't going, because he and I have never met in person. We've met like basically in hangouts and stuff before, but we've never met in person. And I would say that he's this, like, I know him. I know his birth name. I'm not going to say it on here. But like, I know him as that person, and that person is pretty much Jimmy Snow. I'll say that. Sadly.
Well, actually, I think he started out more genuine, and I think he developed a persona, and I think the persona has taken over, and he has lost his actual identity.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so easy to happen. Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you for everything, Amrose. I see you like sharpshooting in the chat. It's like every time I like click over on the tab to like go do it, you already have taken care of it. So I appreciate it. But I will make sure to keep a better eye on it. Thank you. She's been doing amazing.
Yeah, if my YouTube popularity ever goes to my head, would you guys please kick me? Like it'll ever be popular.
I will.
When I was doing my channel, the highest view count I ever had on a video, I think it was like 170. And I was just so grateful to all of those people because I didn't expect even that many people to see it.
When I started my YouTube channel, one of my biggest ambitions was whether I could ever make a video that 100 people would watch. Would there be 100 people who would be interested in something I had to say?
Yeah.
I picked, like the stuff that I talked about was really, really dry. Like I had some tidbits that were a little bit antagonistic, like these are my 10 least favorite Bible verses. But a lot of my stuff was about like epistemology, which is boring. So like I was very, very happy that anybody wanted to see it at all.
Wow.
My biggest hit was a historical piece about a World War II ship. So apparently that's the kind of content I should be doing more of.
I don't know. People have like a fetish for World War II. I don't know what it is.
Mwah. I love you,
Don't mind
Mama
me,
Rose.
we're on dinner here.
You're amazing.
Dinner at 4 a.m.
Well,
Yeah.
look what World War II did to the History Channel. Turned it into the Hitler Channel.
Yeah.
I thought the History Channel was all aliens now.
Well, you
I don't
just
know.
for a long time it was the all Hitler all the time channel.
Yeah,
Yeah, for about 20 years it was Hitler, and then they finally bounded that down, and then it was all about everything's aliens.
I
I
used to
think the
like-
transition from Hitler to aliens was the documentary on mermaids.
In my
Oh,
life,
no.
I have not had TV service for many more years than I have ever had TV service. So I'm very out of the loop with basically everything like contemporary TV.
Yeah.
I've
Well-
never had cable in my life.
I am very disillusioned because in the 90s, the History Channel was my default. That's
it
what
was
was on
good.
if there wasn't anything else on.
Yeah.
And I'm just really disillusioned that it went from something that had educational value to whatever it is now.
I remember the very first program that the Learning Channel put on was about the physics of pitching in baseball. And now
Oh my
they're
God!
doing Honey Boo Boo and all this other bullshit. It's like, what the
Yeah.
hell, man?
Yeah.
Oh no, Honey Boo Boo is like off the air. It's also had like a couple of spinoffs, and I think those have also ended. Is that right?
Yeah, and then they did the obligatory, "Oh my God, she got skinny" follow up.
Mhm, yeah.
I don't
Didn't
think
they do one on
allowed
Teenage
on the air
Mothers?
with the name of Honey Boo Boo.
I mean, I think the dad's name was something like Sugar Bear or something like that.
Oh,
That sounds about right.
I can't remember if that's exactly right or not, but it's something like that. Yeah.
So it was
I mean, the
Southern.
way
What
they
you're
were-
saying is that there was Boo Boo, and then his name was Southern for Yogi.
Hey,
they were
boo-boo.
Hey, Boo Boo.
The way they were whoring that kid out made me feel just sick. Really, it did.
yeah. Yeah, that my mother-in-law likes to watch like Toddlers and Tiaras and stuff, and I'm like, why are you schlepping your 4-year-old across the country multiple times a year so that other people can judge how pretty she is?
Yeah.
My mom put me in horse shows.
Well, that's different. That's a skill.
Are you a quarter horse or Morgan or what? Draft horse?
My horse is a warm blood. He's a thoroughbred Percheron cross. He's a big boy.
Whatever that is. I have no clue.
Oh, I just assumed since you were saying horse breeds that you knew.
No, they're just
Sorry.
words I know.
Okay, so
Um,
is a quarter horse what the children are if a centaur breeds with a human?
Uh-huh.
mm,
Yeah. So a quarter horse got that name because the way that the horse is built, it is actually the fastest horse breed to be able to reach full speed and basically fastest to a quarter mile. They can reach full speed so quickly. They're also really good for like barrel racing and a lot of like farm work. That's why they're based in the U.S. and very much like the Wild West type horses.
Where did they get the name quarter horse? What?
Fastest horse to race a quarter mile.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep. Thoroughbred is the breed that we get from the UK that they sent over as their thoroughbred racehorse. And we still use that breed pretty much for racehorses, but we also use them for dressage horses sometimes. Morgan horses are often used for dressage or show jumping. Percherons, my horse was a Percheron thoroughbred cross. Percherons are a large horse breed. so warm blood is a cross between a draft horse and like a regular horse, like a thoroughbred or a quarter horse. And Percherons and other draft horses are typically used for pulling wagons like the Anheuser-Busch beer wagon and stuff like that. Percherons don't have the big bells on their hooves like quarter horse. They're usually the dapple gray ones that you see. Those are usually Percherons. So my horse is a cross between. Say again?
The ones that can actually pull a wagon.
Yes.
Clydesdales are so badly inbred and they can't pull their own weight anymore.
Yeah. It is interesting, like how their weight has shifted so much, and the actual composition of their legs has changed because of like the aesthetics of
They
like
all
how
have
it,
a genetic defect in the knees. If they try to pull anything heavy, they'll break their own knees.
I had no idea how huge Clydesdales were until I went to the state fair here, and someone was showing a team, and this lady who was not a short woman had to stand on like a 3-foot step ladder.
Oh yeah, they're huge animals.
to be able to brush the mane of the horse. Like this horse was probably this horse was taller than me. And
Yeah, my horse
by like a lot.
Yeah, my horse growing up was 2 inches taller than I am. Yeah.
Well, how tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so 6 feet.
Really?
Oh.
Oh my God.
I feel short now. I'm not short though. I am exactly average.
Well,
I'm
okay, and
5'9".
I'm 5'7".
and a thing with archaic measurements. Why are horses the only thing measured in hands?
Yeah. Also, a hand
Why
is
were they
measured
measured
this
in
way.
hands
My horse
instead
is
of feet?
18.2. My horse is 18.2, which means 8 hand. So a lot of people think it's this way. It's not. It's this distance.
Mm-hmm.
So like one
Yeah,
hand.
But that varies so in people whose hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, just like the original foot would vary depending on who the emperor was.
That's such a silly way to measure things.
So if it was like Shaq, a foot is really, really big.
Arabians are beautiful dressage horses, and they're also very good trick ponies because they are very agile little ponies. But those are another ones that like they have some things that are just like weird about like the breeding and the way that because they have bred them to have like this like sort of like concave nose. And it actually like has caused problems with some of their like nasal passages, plus like the way that they're arched, they arch their neck. Some of them have like spine issues and stuff from that. But Arabians are like absolutely beautiful horses, and some of those things like happen naturally, but some of them they've like forced them into breeding.
My
I
mom,
worked on plans. Go ahead,
Say again.
Jenny.
my mom had an Arabian.
Your mom had an Arabian. They're so fucking beautiful.
Yeah, they
I
are.
worked
never
on
had an
plans
Arabian.
for a self-sufficient homestead many years ago. And part of it was including the idea of having 2 shire horses, to help with some of the work.
Horses scare me.
Oh,
I love them. I love them so much.
so Minnow, I can't remember because there were a lot of people in the group DM. Were you the other person who crochets?
Yes.
Okay, so I very very long time ago when the stream first started, I was talking to somebody else in the chat about how I had a fiendish idea, and I wanted to see if you like it, and so
A fiendish idea? Is that what you said?
yes, a fiendish idea.
Okay.
Otherwise, in other terms, probably a very dumb idea, but it amuses me anyway. I found like a pound of lavender yarn in my stash, and I thought it would be really, really funny as like a thing to do to get attention if I made like a giant kidney pillow.
Yes.
And then like I like you guys can like auction it off or raffle it or do whatever you want with it. But I thought that would be
With a
it'd be
whole-
really it would be funny, and so it might get people's attention.
And if you have a whole pound of it, Like you could make it pretty fucking big.
I like the raffle idea. One Diana's kidney.
Yeah. I fell in love with the idea as soon as he mentioned it.
You could
Yes,
develop.
I fucking love it.
But so I write patterns all the time. Just for
I was going to say you should write the pattern. Like, are you able to, or do you just do it by feel?
I usually like just make it up as I go along, but I can transcribe after I've got it done.
Because the other thing that we could do is we could sell like the pattern for like 99 cents or whatever.
Yeah,
You
Do
start
like
a whole
digital
line.
copies of the.
You should start a whole line of various organs. Like
yeah, and then if you do it as just like a downloadable PDF print, then you guys don't have to ship anything.
Right, yeah.
the uterus. It would be fun.
I've thought about doing that. I've thought about doing like anatomical models for like kids to teach about stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just thought that would be really funny just because I have a shitload of purple yarn and I have different shades of purple to do like all the different tubes and shit.
Oh my god, yes. That would be so fucking cool. I love it.
And then what were we calling this? Operation Purple or Operation
Lavender Kidney was what I came up
Operation
with.
Lavender
I just
Kidney.
pulled
There we
that
go.
out of my butt though. Like seriously, I'm not like married to it or anything.
I like it though.
It's got a good ring.
It's fixed.
Okay.
But that's what made me think of it was because I saw somewhere in one of the chats Operation Purple Kidney.
The tubes, I think you should make the proper color. The arteries red, the veins blue. Just to add a little bit of pizzazz to the lavender kidney.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to look up a diagram of what a kidney even looks like.
Oh, you should find them everywhere.
Oh, they are many much. Let me.
Ooh, this is such an educational experience.
Couldn't you just buy a can of kidney beans and use that as a model?
There we go. Now, is this a good one? Okay, this is not a bad one.
I'm serious. You should do other organs. I really think that the turfs would buy uteruses up like crazy.
Oh gosh.
Steal some money from
There's-
these bastards.
There's somebody out there somewhere who does a series of plush toys that are bacteria and amoeba, and they sell like crazy. So organs would probably also be reasonably successful.
Oh yeah, a crocheted heart. You can do one with one.
Oh
without.
yeah, that'd be really fun. I could do like a split model where it's like Velcro and you open it up.
But do one with bypasses and one without bypasses.
There we
Organs with accessories. Now that's a business model.
Oh god, a
go. Wait a
liver,
minute, what's going on here?
with crocheted liver. A brain would be really interesting to do with getting all the folds.
There
and
we go.
I have
Yeah,
a
where'd it
pattern
go?
for I have a pattern for a brain, kind of.
There you go.
I sent a picture to Ben earlier of the since he got his horn hat. I sent him a picture of the like brain beanies that people made for the March of Science or whatever it was.
Oh
called.
yeah. Those are very cool. I would love to have one of those.
Yeah. I'm gonna make one for me just because I think it's awesome. But so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a great idea for the event.
Yeah.
do that, except put on cat ears.
Yeah, when the boss gets back, I've got a kidney diagram over here. That'll be a lot of fun.
Okay.
We'll link it in the chat for Larry.
But
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we could do that.
Sorry.
for
I
what?
got
You go to school.
distracted.
Oh,
I was trying to find my plastic canvas that I know I left here at my mom's house somewhere.
mm.
Is not where I thought it was, though. Oh, do you guys want to see the journal that I'm working on?
Sure.
That's the biggest link I've ever seen.
Isn't it though?
Okay, so I've been working on this for a little while because I basically have just been like working on like a journal for myself, like what would be like a good like working, not necessarily a journal, but like a planner, but I don't want it like dated. I want to like write the dates in it myself. Like I went through this whole thing of like what I wanted, right, for this thing. And for those of you who don't know, I like to like make books. I don't actually have many of mine here, but this is kind of what they look like in the mid process, right? So this is like where I'm working on getting it sewn together, the signatures, but the individual signatures for the one that I think I'm going to call it the Diana. But so this is it's a weekly signature, and the idea is that if it's something that like you put down for like a couple weeks, you go on vacation for a couple weeks or whatever, then when you pick it up, you don't have like 2 weeks worth of wasted pages, right? But you still have basically it is still set up in weeks, and the only difference is that there's this extra page for the week, but then you have 7 pages that are like this, where it's just lines on one side. But then the other side, I have in the corner, there's a line for the date, but it's actually made of upside down triangles, which is the alchemical symbol for water. And there's 8 of them. And they're just line triangles because you can also use it as a water chart for charting how many cups of water that you get in a day, right? Because that's like, for me, I'd like to have that like visual reminder to like friggin' drink my water, right? So then I have it separated into like 3 sections.
Work, it's important to have your watermark on it.
What was that?
If it's an original work, it's important to have your watermark on it.
You think I should put a little watermark at the bottom or something?
He's joking.
That was a joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry. That's a good one once I think about it. Sorry.
Sorry.
It's just early in the morning. My humor brain isn't working yet. So then this page is split into 3 sections, and the top section is a lined section, and it is about like a third of the page, right? So if there's like a bulk of things that you want to write for the day that's not like that you don't want to just do like, because this side is good for like a journal entry, right? But then if there's just a general outline or something that you want to write, right? And then the center section is actually the biggest section, but it's broken into smaller sections. And this part here, I don't know if you guys can see, I wanted it to be where it could be bullet points, but also each of the circles is split up into 4, so you can also use it as like a progress wheel. My wife suggested doing also like a pill reminder section, but I just couldn't really find a way to do that as well. But I did decide to do at the bottom, having a spot for numbering the page, as well as like if you wanted to chart your mood for the day or chart the weather or just some type of charting here in the corner box as well. And then also just 4 lines at the bottom for just a conclusion space for the day. Either like if you're going to write, maybe some people like to write like one good thing that happened today, or just something to keep in mind for tomorrow when they wake up, or that sort of thing. But I wanted it to be like relatively open, where it was easy for anybody to use it however they wanted to use it. None of the spots are like labeled that it has to be like this thing or that thing, but at least it kind of has a layout that's I'm hoping it would be useful to people.
Wait a minute. Mr. Willis, you've had us on the car stereo. What, do car stereos receive YouTube now?
Yes, you can.
If
I did
you
not
have
know
all
that.
that plugged in, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I
Good
think
morning,
that
Zenos.
helps much, so I don't know.
I think that your design for your pages is pretty tight. In the sense of like it's well organized and like well planned out. I think it's very good.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
If that
Like I
means
said, it's a
anything,
lot of it's A lot of it's just been like kind of trial and error, but like also I don't want to like make it too, I don't want to like pigeonhole it into like, you can only use this journal the way that I use it, you know?
Mhm.
So,
You know, you got me thinking now. You know, you're talking about making stuff. What about the idea of, to raise funds, making an album of my poo-poo songs?
I think Ben would be
Oh,
all
no,
over
huh?
that. I think he could probably hook you up.
with all your poo-poo songs, we could make an album of like stupid songs in the atheist
No.
community. There's
No,
plenty of those
oh,
going
no.
around.
I think
We
if
gotta
you
do
dare
like
sing stuff-
we gotta do like Eric Whitaker's virtual choir, where we all send in videos of us singing the song, and then
There
you make
you go.
and then you
Yeah.
have like a whole choir of people singing the Poo Poo song. This is genius. I will
I
not
think
be
the general public would demand that we pay so they wouldn't have to hear it.
Possibly.
You underestimate the power of fascination culture.
We can threaten people into donating with this. I mean,
But
that's
we're gonna
one idea.
We're gonna hijack a radio tower and play it on loop unless you give us money.
I is so full of poo. I is so full of poo.
I have already threatened people that if they don't send me enough on Patreon, I will sing.
Okay, there.
There is one instance on my channel where you can see one Christmas I sang Tom Lear's Christmas Carol on Diana's channel, so I have
Yeah,
a clip of that
I
on my
remember.
channel.
Thank you, whatever mod was fast enough to do that.
Yeah, there's been a couple of the spam bots have been popping up here.
I've
think it's like
noticed, and
following
every
us
time I
around
click
each
over,
each
they're like,
stream.
y'all are on top of them.
Do you think the spam bots count as like engagement?
I think they
might.
probably
They
count as
might.
viewers. I think you get view time for as long as they're there. You know, and yeah, part of the engagement is the the number of messages viewers make in the side chat.
You know
why-
what? I do think it counts because I remember one time I got hate rated on Twitch, and it was like my engagement was like way up.
Yeah. Well, that's why I kept typing random bullshit into the chat before I got onto the stream, is because if every comment or like or everything at all counts as engagement, it does not
Yeah.
discriminate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And the hate rating is exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they got a little bit confused with mine, I think. It was kind of funny. Mine was on Twitch. Have you been hate rated, Larry?
No, I've witnessed it happen, and it normally happens to, people of color or people of other disadvantaged groups who really don't need that bullshit.
Yeah, I think they had like in my mind, I imagine that they had like a 3x5 card that they gave everybody where they were like, okay, this is the person that we're gonna go hate raid, and like here's, a blurb about them. But they did not all read it, right?
Yeah.
Because they like came in, I think it was like 400 some odd people in my chat, and then they all joined so that they could freaking talk, and then they all like started talking smack. But like I said, they did not actually read the fucking blurb because I had comments like, "You'll never be a real woman." Like,
Oh no.
Did not
Okay.
read the assignment. 0 credit.
like I usually have a trans flag behind me or a pride flag. Well, at my old site I did. I don't remember which one of those two I had, but it was like my wife is a trans woman. My wife is a trans woman.
That's the thing that I get when I talk about birth control or other issues related to AFAB people, and I get people tell me all the time, "Shut up! You don't even have a uterus." I'm like,
Guess what?
Yeah, like fuck off. Yeah, it was kind of funny for me a little bit. I was just like, okay. And it just happened to be like the timing was pretty perfect with it anyway, that I was about to sign off anyway, and I was just like laughed at them for a minute and was like, okay, well, I've already said my goodbyes, so y'all aren't ruining anything. But if you want to come along on this ride, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go for a raid.
I have an idea. Since
Now we're all in trouble.
you two have both been questioned well, no, let's see. What am I thinking here? No, what I'm. The idea I have is I would like to see people who are cis and have been questioned, like Larry. I know you're of course not cis, but you know I know that you do have a uterus, and so that kind of fits into the same concept that the TERFs who say they can always tell, and of course
They can't. It's lies.
Yeah,
They cannot.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. It would be interesting to pull something on them to make them look as stupid as they are in that regard. I'm trying to figure out a mechanism to do that, but I would just love to see some cis or trans in your case. Here you go. People believe anything they hear nowadays. For example, COVID, the big lie about the election, anything in the Republican Party. Wouldn't it be neat for people in your situation to come up with a story that is believable, that says that you and your doctors have created genetically correct uteruses or penises or scrotum or testicles or whatever, and had them installed.
Yeah.
And just see how far we can take that absurdity with the TERFs.
Fuck
to drive
yeah.
them absolutely crazy.
Do you know what? Do you know what is the thing about that makes me sad though? Is that technology is technically feasible.
Yes, it is.
They just don't want to do it. Like you can take like stem cell tissue, and like organ cloning is already a thing that's possible and is being done, but you can actually take cloned tissue and you can introduce different genes to it. So you can take, it's partially your tissue, which reduces the rate of rejection, but you could literally grow, penises for trans men and transplant them. They just don't want to.
Well, it will happen eventually.
Yeah,
I think
we'll get there.
I think I heard on Cirrus's channel. I think he mentioned something about somebody is doing research to figure out how to implant a uterus into a trans woman and have her able to carry a child to term.
Yes.
So there was a successful case where they did it with a cis woman, I believe, where they transplanted a uterus, and then after the transplant, she successfully carried a pregnancy.
Okay.
There has been that has happened, but there are people who have looked at it. I don't know how far they've gotten with their clinical research, but they have looked at it and they have determined that there's no reason that they can't put a donor uterus, fallopian tubes, vaginal passage, cervix, and install that in a trans person and have it to be 100% functional, including the proper muscle structure that's going to have to support the womb during the pregnancy and all that stuff. They said they don't think that a vaginal delivery would be possible because of the size of the birth canal. But they think everything else would be. They just have to deliver by C-section, which is no big deal.
Yep.
Yeah. So many cis moms have to deliver by C-section. Like,
sorry to interrupt real quick. Mr. Willis, you're okay. I'm not mad at you. It's all right.
thank you for clearing. I didn't want to put that up on the screen because I didn't want to misgender you, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I just I'm very, very laid back. I pretty much my standard is if there's no obvious hostility in it, then I really am not offended if people misgender me, as long as I can be like, hey, I'm actually a guy, and then we all move on and we're over it.
Well, then I should make my public apology to Purple because I've misgendered you twice tonight.
Oh.
Meh.
I
I'm still in the
misgender
process, so
sometimes.
Yeah, I know you are, but with my personal experience and stuff, I should not be doing that, and
well,
I'm sorry. It's just the brain just is not locking it in.
you knew me as male for several years. I expect it's going to take a little while for it,
Yeah.
to get completely in there.
It is my deep shame as a trans person that I often struggle with neopronouns because
Okay,
it's
then,
just
yeah.
it's outside of my lexicon and it takes my brain forever to click into place. So like I got they them down, but then there's ones like Fay Fair and Zizir and stuff like that where like it is an effort for me to remember it, and it makes me feel bad because I know what it feels like to be misgendered and I know that
Yeah.
it sucks.
It is something I have a problem with, of having to keep track of the pronouns for each individual person. That there really isn't anything universal you can use without risking offending someone.
Yeah.
Did any of you ever watch Nip Tuck? If that's
No, what is it?
Is that the one
It's
that
a
featured
show
the,
about it's mostly plastic surgery, I believe, right?
Yeah, it was about a plastic surgeon.
Oh, okay, so that's that one, the
Well-
cosmetic surgery. I didn't know if it was that one or if it was the GRS. Because I've seen that one with the crotch surgery. That is fascinating.
I feel like Nip Tuck was about cosmetic surgery, even though like the name of it sounds like it would be that.
Yeah, it was cosmetic surgery. I don't think it was specifically for gender reassignment, but I think it did some episodes of it.
Okay, then.
I've never seen like a live action video of a surgery being performed, but I did watch. There was like a medical model thing that was done in CGI for vaginoplasty,
Okay.
and that was fascinating because prior to that, my understanding of what gender reassignment surgery was very, very not correct.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really, really illuminating. And even though that is not the process that I would have to go through, that gave me a greater understanding of what the options were for trans people.
Yeah, I'm
here's
still learning about the surgery. I don't know if I'm going to be going any surgery at any point. Although I suppose part of that, will depend on how far the hormones can take me.
Yeah.
Moo.
For my wife, first priority surgery would be cord surgery.
Yeah, Minnow, you're roboting really bad now, and I've noticed that your image is like freezing for several seconds at a time.
Well, so were you for a while there, honey, and you seem to have straightened out.
It's
Okay.
it's
I
my
didn't
mom's
know if it was
internet.
noticeable to anyone, but yeah, I was getting warnings that that StreamYards was having trouble with my connection.
Okay, then.
I didn't know if
Yeah, I'm
anyone else had
having
noticed
bad
it.
news.
No, years
I can try and
ago,
go up in the garage.
years ago, when the Learning Channel was good, they had a series called The Operation, where they
Yeah.
did a whole bunch of surgical procedures. I don't think any of them were gender surgery, but you had open heart surgery. You had
Yeah, I remember seeing some organ transplants on that.
that was really, really good. And unfortunately, I cannot find any archived episodes anywhere. Because that's one I wish the Discovery Channel store would have available. 'Cause I would buy that up in a minute, but nope.
I have thought a number of times about putting together a GoFundMe for FFS. For those who don't know, FFS stands for fuck's sake. No, it stands for facial feminization surgery. It's a group of procedures that are done on a person's face, or I should say facial structures, to improve their appearance. Not everybody gets the same specific procedures. And I'm curious of the chat. Is that something you would necessarily be inclined to donate to, or would you see it as something cosmetic and that people should pay for that themselves and everything?
Oh, I would
I'm
certainly
interested in
donate.
hearing about this as well.
I mean, I wouldn't get it for myself. I'm not saying that I don't need it or anything like that, but I don't think that I want that one more procedure to stack onto the rest of the procedures I'm having. But if someone else wanted it, if someone else felt they need it, no, I have no aversion to helping out.
So, like, if I had a friend and my friend was like, I'm very unhappy with my nose and it causes me distress on the daily to deal with issues involving my nose. And in order for me to be happy, I need to get a nose job. Will you help me? I'd be like, yeah. I mean, I'm not rich, so I can't offer a lot. But, if they put up a GoFundMe, I'd contribute to that.
Well,
And
not,
so
not,
I
not
feel
this
like,
suicidal ideation, actually.
yeah. But my point is that, like, I don't think that just because something is about visual appearance doesn't mean it's not important to your physical and emotional health.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
Absolutely.
and I am a big believer that emotional and mental health are very, very important and should be ministered to in the same way that physical health is.
Yeah. Now, on the other side of that coin, I am concerned sometimes. There is someone I know who has undergone procedure after procedure after procedure. It's almost as if she's addicted to cosmetic surgery on the face. And she's even openly admitted it, where she's doing it so her boyfriend will think she's prettier. And there's where I start to get concerned.
Oh, yeah.
If you're doing it for someone else's approval, that sounds dangerous.
Yeah.
Now, so is facial surgery? So I don't know a lot about feminization surgery. So do they require like the note from a counselor or whatever?
Oh,
yeah.
Do they? I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect. Well, for example, if we were going to talk about my case specifically, I don't think they would pressure me too much for that because I've been transitioned already. There's no further damage to be done.
Well, so for my procedure to go through when I got my top surgery, I had to get 2 different letters from mental health practitioners saying that it was okay for me to have that surgery.
Yeah, and even if it is, I wouldn't have any problem getting those.
Now, here's what I want to know,
doctors
though.
know me well enough that they would write back in if I just asked for it.
Larry, you had to submit notes from mental health people. The woman who needs a breast reduction because she's got K cups and her back is all fucked up. Does she need a note from a psychiatrist?
From what I understand, it depends on the state and it depends on the hospital. So I needed the letters for to satisfy the requirements of Indiana state law and also for my insurance. My insurance would not have paid for it if I did not get those letters. Now, I also had them do a write-up saying that, hey, you have 14 pounds of tissue on your chest and that's causing you back pain. So they did that as well. But even with that, in my case, I still needed the letters because it was being coded under gender reassignment surgery.
Yeah, there's my thing is when they're making that distinction because it's a trans guy who wants those things lopped off because they don't belong there.
Yeah,
that's a bad thing,
Well, so the surgery that I got is very different from a simple mastectomy because I actually had a reconstruction done. So in addition to having the mammary tissue removed, I also they took out skin from under my armpits so that I wouldn't have the dog earring. I had nipple grafts done, and they also kind of moved some tissue around on my chest to make it look more like, normal pectoral. tissue.
Okay.
So my surgery was actually, it was like 3 different surgeries in one. So it was like, for insurance, it really is a different procedure than just a mastectomy. But yes, they do make it very, very difficult to access on purpose because it's gender related.
In my situation, I was seeking breast augmentation, and I was on my road to go have my first consultation with the surgeon, and they got back to me, and they said, "No, we're canceling your appointment because you're too fat."
Oh, that's
yeah,
bullshit.
yeah.
Okay, that's something that I because of my experience, I am a 350 pound, 5'7" person. I am literally legally morbidly obese. Any weight requirements, unless you have a complicating condition like diabetes, weight requirements are preference of the surgeon.
Yep.
Yep.
But they're universally enforced on trans people at 200 BMI, or you get nothing. And of course, BMI is total bullshit because according to BMI, The Rock is obese.
Yeah. Well, I was very fortunate because Dr. Haddad doesn't really. Dr. Haddad is the surgeon who did my top surgery. He is a great person and a great surgeon. He did me very, very well, and his whole clinic is good. He does not personally enforce those standards. So there were a lot of people that went through his clinic that are bigger guys like me.
Now I run into that because the transplant center enforces a BMI requirement, and I am not that far within the window. Yeah, I'm a little on the large side here, so I've got to be really careful about my weight. Honey, what are you doing? The kitty is knocking everything everywhere. Yeah, if I gain a few too many pounds, then I'm not a candidate for kidney transplant anymore, and that's
I'm on Medicare, and Medicare is completely open to transgender surgeries and paid for, and will cover the cost of a breast augmentation. They don't even consider it as cosmetic for a transgender person. But that's not the case with FFS.
And then the other thing is, I don't have the 20% that I'd have to drop on simply Medicare paying for it.
Yeah.
My wife is fucking lucky.
Yeah.
She had man boobs before she transitioned.
Okay.
They've just gotten bigger since. I friggin' love it.
So I used to work healthcare adjacent. So I worked in a pharmacy for a while. I had pharmacy tech qualifications, and I learned so much about the American healthcare industry when I did that, and especially about the insurance industry. And it's stuff that makes you want to start burning down government buildings.
Yeah.
I believe it. I believe it.
Because like when you think about like, you know, it literally costs like $7 to produce a month's worth of insulin. And if you get one of the fancy auto injector pens, you know, it costs like $28 to produce a month's worth of insulin. But I literally had to send a woman to the hospital from my pharmacy because she was having a diabetic crash and her Medicaid wasn't active yet. And I was holding the thing that she needed to live in my hand.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. They sent her to us knowing that it wouldn't be active yet because she came from the emergency room. But Medicare and Medicaid, they take a week or two to become active once you've been signed up.
The guy who came up with producing insulin and had the copyright or trademark or
patent is what
are the patent on it, specifically released it for free so that people would not get overcharged for it.
Well, that was That was pork insulin. That's not Humulin, which is what we use now.
Yeah. But that's even cheaper to produce because a lot of it, they just have like bacteria farms. Or like, like testosterone. The reason that like I don't have insurance right now because I lost my job. But my testosterone is still only $10 to just buy because they just stuck a gene in sweet potatoes to produce it. And it's super, super cheap to produce. But like we could do that with all kinds of shit. And we could produce all kinds of pharmaceuticals for basically free.
Mm-hmm.
But then, people would catch on to the fact that it's a giant fucking scam.
My estrogen, I honestly don't know what it costs because Medicare covers it. My deductible, or I should say my out-of-pocket is $1.30 a month. Oh, not a month. Every about 2.5, 3 months.
My wife doesn't pay anything on hers, but we're on a program for lower income.
I was on. They put me on this pain medication a while back. I don't remember what it was. Something new, some new synthetic one. That it was something like $3,000 a month.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I didn't pay it. My insurance paid for most of it. But there was one month where what they needed from, like, they gave you a 2-month or a 2-week, a prescription, and then you had to get it covered by the insurance, like approved by insurance. Like the doctor had to send in a letter or something and get it approved, and I didn't know that, so I went to go refill it after that first 2 weeks, and they're like, "No, you need to pay full price." And I was like, "Yeah, fuck that."
I got him for.
This is something I'm looking at.
Back, so.
This is something I'm anticipating here. We're going to have some interesting problems. Let's say that this thing works. Let's say that I get a kidney. I will be on an immunosuppressant for the rest of my life. But the program here in Pennsylvania that's covering my kidney-related expenses will expire 3 years after the transplant. But I'll still need the immunosuppressants, which could be $25,000 for a prescription. That's going to be a lot of fun.
When do you hit 65?
Does Medicare not cover that?
That's my point.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that Medicare will cover. I don't know that I won't get hit with a major copay.
Yeah. But it's necessary for maintenance of life, so they should cover
And then
it.
what you do is you take out a bunch of fucking loans and you file for fucking bankruptcy, and then you fucking take out a bunch of fucking loans and you file for fucking bankruptcy. It's medical bankruptcy. It's a thing that fucking happens in the U.S. like all the fucking time. Thousands of people a day.
It's the single most common cause of personal bankruptcy in the U.S.
Yeah. Isn't that
So
wonderful?
here's my favorite story about medical bankruptcy, right? So I was in Italy and there was this guy who was a translator, and we were discussing this stuff, and the guy mentioned that he had to go through medical bankruptcy and just went on with this conversation. The translator had to stop it, and he goes, "Hold on just a second. We don't have a word in Italian for that. So like I have to explain that." And like the look on the other people's face was just like, as he was explaining it, they were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
But don't you
Yeah,
understand?
in
We're the
similar
shining city on a hill.
Diana, I can't stop plugging it that your Medicaid sucks. Minnesota's is much better, and a lot of the things you pay out of pocket would be covered here.
Well, I can kind of hand that to you because this one is state related.
Here's the thing though, Purple, where she is in PA, it's like the best fucking kidney transplant place to be though. Like as far as actually getting her kidney, she's in the right place. It's just like the aftercare down the road that she needs to be in some place like Minnesota.
Well, it's here in Pittsburgh that Thomas Starzl developed the whole procedure thing. Yeah.
If she was
Matter of
living
fact,
where I am,
December, I
she'd
go to his
probably be
name
getting
for
it
him.
done at the Mayo Clinic.
Okay, so that's about on par. You can't argue with that, Diana. That's about on par.
This is a total non sequitur, but I want to live where Mage lives, where sweet potatoes grow almost like weeds,
Oh,
because I am a human potato person.
Okay, then. I'm trying to remember. I think Major's in Florida. You may want to reconsider.
Oh, we've been to Florida.
I
We've
live
done
where
this.
zucchini grows like weeds, and we
Larry?
don't have any Brits in the panel right now to remind me what the English word for zucchini is.
Courgette.
Courgette. Such a better word than friggin' zucchini.
okay. It's
Larry,
not that zucchini
Amy,
grows like weeds. It's that nobody wants to eat it, so it just keeps accumulating.
I
love
grow
zucchini.
zucchini in my garden every year.
I
It is
love zucchini.
delicious.
zucchini
I
is
love zucchini.
The thing is, though, if you grow zucchini, you've got to live in your garden because you go out in the morning on your way to work and you look at the garden and you see this 4-inch zucchini. You say, okay, I'll get that when I get home. You get home from work and the damn thing's 5 feet long.
Yeah. Well, and here we got
So then
squash
make a
bugs real
canoe.
bad.
Yeah. Squash bugs can get to it real quick.
Yep.
Okay.
But so we can usually get like 2 or 3 out of one plant, and then it gets devoured.
I don't know. I can't see why squash bugs are such a problem. They come with instructions.
Have you seen what they look like? Where they have these bright yellow little eggs that they lay
Yeah,
on the
my
underside of
dad
them?
was a great gardener. It's not a skill set I ever learned.
What?
I love to garden. It's like my favorite.
Just put netting.
Hey, Mr.
Oh,
B.
hey, B.
Nobody
Hey.
likes my
Hi,
local
ladies.
zucchini joke, so I won't tell it.
What?
Save
No,
you
come
all.
on. Come on.
What's going on?
Now you have to say it since you brought it
I don't
up.
know. I came on. I heard bikini. What's going
Okay,
on?
so where I live, like I said, zucchini grows like weeds, and we have a joke where we say in the summertime, you make sure that your doors are locked whenever you leave your car somewhere, not because anybody's going to steal anything, but when you come back, it'll be full of zucchini.
Okay.
Bees?
Yeah,
But then
When
you
I was
shred
living
it
in a
and
more
you put it
rural
in
area-
bread and you live like a, happy
Yeah,
person.
I don't mind. If you put a box of zucchini in my car, I would totally be fine with it.
when I was living in a more rural area of Minnesota, there was a place that about twice a week somebody would leave a box of produce next to the gas pumps for everybody to take whatever they wanted.
Nice.
Mage says that I've been having a problem with raccoons eating my squash before it ripens. We grew pumpkins one year, and I was so proud of these pumpkins because they're really hard to grow in a residential area because the soil's just not quite right for them.
Mhm.
But I got a pumpkin. It was about this big, and I went out and I obsessed over this pumpkin for weeks. And then I finally went and I was ready to pick it, and I turned it over, and there was a squirrel inside of it.
Yep.
Oh! You know what you call that, Larry? A dead squirrel.
Jenny,
No, it was alive.
No, I'm saying I would kill it.
Oh no, but like the
squirrels.
squirrels, the squirrels were horrible. Like we planted corn one year, and they chopped down the stalk at the bottom and then dragged the stalk up the tree. I'm not even kidding.
I mean, goddamn, they're smart, aren't they? It'll dry up here just fine. Let's
Okay.
hang it up upside down.
My dad was such a gardener that anything that hit the soil was going to grow.
Mhm.
And one year for Halloween, my mom had hung some of the multicolored Indian corn on the front door. And the squirrels stole that and tried to bury it for winter. So the next spring, we had corn stalks in the backyard.
That's great.
Aw, that's so sweet. of
Natural
them, though.
not pollination, germination.
Germination. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, what's the other word? I just woke up. Help me, Larry.
Yeah.
Help me, Larry. Help.
But
Yeah, I'm totally goofy when I wake up.
I think that part of my success with gardening is that I'm just not afraid to try really stupid things. Like there's a lot of like folk wisdom that sounds like horse shit, but it actually works.
Mhm.
Like we plant bulbs and we have the problem of the squirrels digging up the bulbs and then replanting them all over the neighborhood. But so what we started doing was we would get powdered habanero and bury the
Ooh,
bulbs
yeah.
with a fistful of habanero powder, and like it would keep them for like a season or two out of the bulbs.
Crazy.
I have a solution for these squirrels and raccoons and rabbits and such things. I spent more than 20 years studying geodesic domes, and I had actually could never quite sell my sister on the idea of letting me build this for her. But I did design a geodesic dome just made from 2x4s and chicken wire that could cover up to a 1/4 acre. I can size it however you need.
At our previous house, I legitimately tried to convince my husband to let me build a greenhouse. The only thing that we needed to do was there was this rotten maple tree that we needed to get cut down and carted away. But then we were on a corner lot, so we had 2 yards. And so in the front yard, I wanted to build a greenhouse.
Yep.
And
I wanted to build a
he was not
greenhouse
into
too.
it.
He was not into it.
But I've also I pester him constantly to let us get chickens. He's not into that either.
That's kind of like my girlfriend's dream is to have a like small house out in the middle of nowhere and like chickens and some like a goat.
Yep.
Yeah, like that's what she wants to do. Yeah.
You should get chickens. They're cheap.
They are cheap.
You can pick them up for a poultry sum.
Yeah, and then they grow into bagok from cheap.
I have butchered a chicken once. It's not as
Well,
hard as you
they'd be
think.
calling you all the time. The chickens would always be out there. Back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I will be right.
I have neighbor
the mood.
chickens. Neighbor chickens. There's a chicken coop next door. Little one.
Oh.
They
We always
love
had
it.
like a dozen chickens or more growing up because we ate them.
My sister keeps
We had
about a dozen
chickens growing
chickens
up.
for the eggs.
Oh, we had like the mom had it all sorted out in her head which one she was going to chop up and which one was the good layer she was going to keep. Like, so she knew that shit.
Yeah. Well, I say about a dozen because the number fluctuates due to them be free feeding and, wildlife occasionally take one out.
Oh yeah, it happens.
Actually,
We
the
used to-
biggest problem is hawks.
Oh, we had copperheads and foxes.
Yeah, she had a problem with weasels getting into them at night, but I think that finally got dealt with.
That sounds rough.
Where did I put the thing?
Well, I think they finally found all the holes in the barn where the weasels were getting in, so that we're, finally put metal fencing around the whole thing so that the weasels couldn't chew through the baseboards.
Diana, I asked
Yes,
in the
sir.
private chat, but also in the public chat. It doesn't really matter. What's the email that you want for me to send permissions for the StreamYards account to?
Oh, okay. I guess you could send it to my regular one. Let me put that in there.
Take it in a private chat if you don't mind.
How what?
Can you say it in the
Private
private chat?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Or tweet it to me, either one.
How's
I just want to make
everybody
sure
doing?
it's the right one.
Vanda, how are you?
Okay.
You're
There
okay.
you go, hon.
How are you still
Thank
awake,
you.
woman?
I don't know.
Okay. I thought it would be that one, but just wanted to be
I'm
sure.
awake now because I was asleep all day.
Which
Okay,
is-
Amanda, are you sure you're awake, or are you just dreaming this?
If it's possible. I don't know if B was listening earlier, but I was talking about how since we moved, got in this place, Angel and I and the dog are all sharing a bed. But he's off at a friend's house tonight, so I finally have the bed other than the dog, I have the bed to myself. So
Time to pull out Bob.
I'm not.
Yeah.
But no, I'm good.
I had a weird dream last weekend. I dreamt that I was back in high school, but all the teachers were replaced with the atheist YouTubers I watch.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, yeah, so Vice Rhino was conducting the science class. And it wasn't really him, it was his avatar, so it was the anthropomorphic rhino was the teacher.
Right. That's what I was imagining.
So biology class taught by Aaron Ra, is that it?
Well, and then I was thinking about Prophet of Zod, if he's there, actually in the static form.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go. There you go. He's an interesting character.
You guys are too much.
Didn't he used to be a pastor, right?
Yeah.
He
Well,
was a
I think he
pastor?
was training to be one. I don't think he ever actually was.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought I
couldn't-
remembered some of those parallels. I also led a congregation when I was younger, so I think I just remember kind of connecting to what he was saying on that level.
I once led a group off a cliff.
I thought if I had like no scruples at all and I were like 10% more charismatic, a preacher would be a pretty good job to go into. Because you literally you talk for 2 hours on Sunday and they give you lots of money.
Yeah, you just go up there and like find something to rant about that anybody that's in the LGBTQIA whatever community.
And like
And then you're good.
I used to be a Sunday school teacher, so like I've got all the sermons and shit already down.
Oh my God, Larry, I'm sorry. Do you need a bro hug?
Okay, one thing is that like people get fucking pedantic about that fucking shit. Just like heads up on that. And also, usually you don't get paid very much.
If at all.
That's why they steal from the church.
Well, I mean, like Joel Osteen writes books and stuff. So like, you know.
I know, and people buy them. Isn't that weird?
I could write a book where every third word is God. That would
It
be
steals
easy.
from his parishioners 600.
Have any of you ever actually read one of Joel Osteen's books?
Fuck no.
No, happily.
Can't say I have.
You know,
It is literally okay. So you know, like how the speech format that they teach you in school is tell them what you're going to tell them what you have to tell them what you told them.
Mhm.
That's how they want you to structure your 3 paragraphs. That's literally every page of his book is I'm going to tell you how to connect with God. Here's some more about God. If you're ever sad, God. Okay, you did not need 140 pages for that.
Have
Well,
any of you guys ever read Dianetics?
No.
No.
Let's say again, read what?
Dianetics by
Dianetics.
L. Ron Hubbard, the Scientology.
I actually did.
No.
I read that years ago, and it
That
was
shit's fucked up, right?
Oh, absolutely terrible, fucked up.
Yeah.
What Justin is obsessed with right now is the happy people cult out of Japan.
Happy people.
Okay.
So I don't know if any of you like anime. There's a YouTuber called Mother's Basement, and normally he just talks about like the anime that is popular this season or stuff that's coming out, But he did a special series because this cult had a series of anime style movies made to explain the tenets of their religion in video form.
Okay.
And it's the weirdest fucking shit I have ever seen. And I have seen some weird shit. It's like, so their god is like reincarnating into all these various real life historical figures over the course of history. So like Albert Einstein was supposedly an incarnation of the god they believe in, and like other random historical figures like American presidents, and they believe in like seances and spiritual possession of people who are still alive. Like they have like a thing where I can't remember who it was. It was somebody who was still alive. Like Barack Obama was like one of the angels in the pantheon in this film, and it's like he's still alive.
Yeah.
And obviously he's not,
I hate to bring it to you guys, but
but like, and it's just the further into it you go, the weirder it is, and like supposedly it's monotheistic, but then there's all of these different deities, and they bring in like Greek lore and like all kinds of just like it's an acid trip. But he's obsessed with these videos because they're just so weird. I think it is literally called the Happy People cult, because they have this belief that if you don't think happy thoughts all of the time, you will literally immediately be like trapdoored into hell.
Jesus
How
Christ.
How
Oh,
is,
you know
how
what?
is any of that more strange or hard to believe than Christianity.
No, it's just that Christianity is more familiar. But like,
Yeah,
Okay, that's all.
but oh, there you are, Minnow. You know, I just got a thought. Into these emails, do you want to have people put a certain phrase into the subject line so it's noticeable? Because otherwise, I might skip them over and not see them. I don't know about the rest of you kids, because I assume I'm not the only one looking at these.
The emails for which one? The ones that go to the Lavender Lady Kidney Fund email?
Yeah, the one you just asked about.
Oh, that one. I just sent an invite from StreamYards. So it'll come from StreamYards. It won't come from me.
Oh, okay. Then maybe I can put a rule in my mailer to send StreamYard mail over to one folder, and that way I'll maybe see it. Okay.
No. It's just an invite. It's just an invite to link you to my StreamYards account so that you're an admin on my StreamYards account.
What the fuck did I just say?
Stop it,
You said,
Diana.
"Oh,
Fucking
I
smack
get it
you.
now. I misunderstood you. I crossed my wires." That's what
There
you-
you go. There you go.
Oh, did you guys know I'm the Lavender Lady interpreter? Every time I've
Mr.
been on the
B.
stream with her, she's done that. I've made up something that she said, and it was always, I don't know why, but it was always funny, and it totally matched what was going
You're
on.
better
you
than me.
could-
I was just telling
you
her to
could
shut
get
the
a
fuck
job.
up.
You could get a job at a Pentecostal church as, what do they call that? Gift of discernment?
yeah, my aunt, who is like the only family member besides my sister that I'm still talking to, is Pentecostal. And
Does she have the gift of
Pentecostalism is
discernment?
also very interesting.
Yeah, it's the story I like to tell is the slimy bastards raised my sister and me Roman Catholic. She found Jesus. I found Carl Sagan. Yeah, she went full blown Pentecostal, rolling on the floor, slain in the spirit, all that bullshit.
Yep.
Oh my word! Yeah, she was nuts. Well, we were
I
all
went to a-
polar opposites anyway. But
I went to an all-black Pentecostal church when I was a kid with a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
It was insane. We were
So-
just like standing there, like,
They are very, very enthusiastic.
yes, I've heard stories.
yes. But I tell you what, the food afterwards, the spread they put out, there was so much homemade food, and it was like expensive shit. Yeah, it was good. That's the only reason
Yeah,
he took
see,
me.
I went to a white church, so the food was always in.
It was the only black church I had ever been to until I was like in my where we lived there wasn't even black people. Like
Yeah.
I ran a non-denominational multicultural congregation, and the food was almost always vegetarian unless somebody brought something that wasn't vegetarian, and that was absolutely fine. But it was, I actually at the time we qualified for the food bank, and so me and my buddies would go to the food bank the day before, and we would look at all the shit that we got from the food bank and
we could
figure
make
out
this.
what we had in our cabinets that we could mix with that, and that was what we had every time.
You're right.
You guys, I'm going to take off. I just really need to get some sleep.
Absolutely.
night,
Thank
Jenny.
you so much for coming by. Thank you.
If you find where they're keeping it, can you get some for me?
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
I'll send it UPS.
Okay.
I
Overnight.
haven't slept in
Overnight
7
it.
years. I'll be
She
okay.
needs it.
What's the next stream?
The next stream is Mr. Ben, student Dr. Ben on Twitch.
At what time?
With me at 5 a.m.
6 a.m. my time, so it's in an hour and a half. Is that right?
So it's
Oh,
4 your
okay.
time, Jenny.
Well,
1.5 hours from now.
drop
No,
me a link in Twitch or in Twitter, and if I'm able, I'll get into there and harass you guys too.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I
almost
have it right
4:30 here already.
Yeah.
Actually, let me just do it on my phone.
Yeah, I mean a little bit from now,
Simos, if you are here, if you can snag them. Otherwise, I'll jump over there.
Night, Jenny.
Oh, and Mage also, maybe. I forgot that you have a spanner also.
Good evening to you, Amanda. It's always lovely being with you, but we didn't get to talk or nothing tonight. So
I know.
next time.
We'll talk
I
to
hope
you.
we're all
Love
still-
you, honey.
I got it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye, Jenny. Love you.
Bye. Thank you.
Oh.
Moo.
I was
Mage isn't following your Twitch. That's fine.
yelling at Jenny about her mic, but we're basically sisters at this point. The amount of time we have spent on Critical Cripple show, like together, you know, we're family, so she can deal with it. She knows I love her.
What was that? Sorry.
I said I feel bad yelling at Jenny about her mic, but the amount of time that we spent together over the past like year and a half on Critical Cripple show,
Yes.
we're basically sisters at this point. So
Yeah,
It's true. It's true.
She didn't sound like she was upset or offended at all. And
I
there were a
don't
couple
know.
of times where I went ahead and muted her, like manually, and she left it muted. Like I think it was just she
yeah,
wasn't thinking about it and forgot about it.
Get the belly.
Well, you know, Oz told me at some point he was going to send her headphones, like AirPods.
It's something about her mobile, the StreamYard's on mobile. And I don't know if it necessarily has to do with the microphone.
That's part of it, but yeah, I think it could be helped if her phone, you know, if she had some kind of a headset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he had asked me for the information, which I got off of Purple. I gave him the information, and then like weeks later, he was like, "Man, I didn't even see this. Fuck."
Okay,
I'll send him out right away. But that was like a month ago, I think.
Yeah, well, because Doc Fearsome was also saying that recently he got some kind of an adapter now that lets him have a headset plugged into his iPhone along with the charger.
Yeah, it's a splitter for the
Yeah.
It's a lightning charger splitter.
Yeah, that's the issue Jenny was having, was that she can't plug in a headphone while the charger is plugged in.
Well, yeah, but that's the point of the AirPods. They're wireless.
Right.
Yeah. That's why Oz said he would get her some wireless ones.
Yeah.
I have it good.
Ooh, that reminds me. I wonder if I could connect these ones around my neck to my computer. If that would be, although you guys said that you are hearing me okay.
You sound fine. You know,
Yeah.
like I say, you've had some problems with your signal that you started roboting, but
Yeah, it showed me the thingy. I'm hoping, I came back down to the basement. I'm hoping it'll be okay for a while.
yeah, I realized I had rebooted my computer earlier today, but I should have rebooted the modem when I did that. I forgot to this time.
I'm really hoping my internet and my computer were both like acting up when I left my house. So I'm hoping when I pass it over to Ben, I'll be able to like run back to the house and I can just start it up. But if not, we'll be back over here, which is fine. I tried to get wifey to look at it and she's like, I don't know. Like she just tried to like restart it a couple times and was like, that's all I can do. There's not really anything else I can do. She looked at the
What was going on?
diagnostics and was like, my internet crashed and then like my computer now won't restart. Like it restarts, but it like just goes to a black screen.
Really?
I guess it's better than a blue screen. So something.
Did you try like killing the power supply and then replugging it in after 5 minutes and all that?
I didn't do the whole like wait 5 minutes. That's the only thing that I didn't do because it was like literally while I was trying to get this stream
yeah,
going.
okay. Yeah, you might want to try that too.
So yeah, I'm gonna try that. While Ben's on.
Well,
you guys
if
do a hard
everything
reset on
seems
it?
normal and you've just got
I
a
did.
blank black screen, then it may be having problems loading the video driver.
Oh God, I hope not. It goes to like the load up where I have to like put in my PIN, but then when it goes to sign in, it just goes to a black screen.
Oh, that's weird.
That is
Okay,
weird.
then that's not a driver issue if it lets you get to the point of putting your PIN in.
Yeah,
What
it does let
about,
me use the permanent button.
Yeah, that's
when you
that's
hard
just when
reset
you're
it?
getting to the Windows desktop.
It didn't give you the troubleshoot screen when you hard reset it? Oh. Uh-oh.
It's just
I'm like,
getting lost
uh-oh.
somewhere when it's going to initialize all the programs on the desktop.
You need to ask Critical Cripple about it.
The thing is that, like,
He'll be like,
all
no,
I
you
have,
do this and then stand on your head and put one foot in the air and then push that button and it'll work.
if I can get my internet working at least, then I can at least get over there and have like my laptop to where I can talk to people while I'm
Right.
trying to figure it out. But where it is right now, it's like I don't even have any way to talk to anybody over there besides with my cell phone.
Mhm.
Damn it. Damn it.
Okay.
But I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
It can't be like, it's like my computer isn't old enough to be acting up too much. So I'm sure it'll be something that's relatively simple. It's just trying to figure it out at 1 a.m. here, like when my wife was trying to go to bed and shit was not gonna happen.
So instead,
Right.
you ran over to where your mother was trying to go to bed. Good choice.
She's
guess
on
you and
the
your mom were
upstairs level
close,
and I'm
huh?
in the basement. So there's a whole level between us. Which, to be fair, my mom's husband is on that level, but I don't give a fuck.
Well, so we are uniquely paralleled today then, because I am on the main floor and my father is in the basement.
Do you see how that switches?
Hence, the stream is balanced.
There we go. Perfectly balanced, as all things must be.
Well, that's why B and I have to hang out together, because we're transitioning in opposite directions, so we keep it balanced.
Yeah, we've already discussed switching parts.
Yeah, we just need a good surgeon to transplant the parts, and then we'll both be
Just
really
Do
happy.
this.
There you go.
Yeah. You know, I really wish there was a surgeon there that would give my wife my tits, because like I really don't want them. They're really freaking huge and annoying, and like she wishes hers were bigger. Like I wish I could just give her mine.
Well, that's the only, like, that's like the, you know, there was curses with my birth, but there was also blessings, like more masculine features and smaller boobs. So knock, knock on wood for that one. But Purple kept saying we can swap B. And so the second time Purple said it, I said, for you guys that don't know this joke, probably Larry, the rest of you probably know. So I said, well, you know, Purple, if you're getting these extremely perky, nice, I mean, they're really nice for 50-year-old boobs, then, you know, I need to know I'm getting something in return. And Purple didn't say anything and didn't say anything and didn't say anything. And finally, Purple said, B, you won't be disappointed. I was like, this is good quality here. I need to know I'm getting good quality back. I'm just saying.
I've never been one to brag about that, so.
I would totally have been willing to give somebody my uterus, but it was no good. So I'm sorry.
Oh, mine works too well.
Mine used to work fine, but you know, I had like an ablation done.
Yeah.
I have all kinds of scar tissue in
What
my
it-
abdomen.
But can you give us more info on that? I've only heard
Oh,
about
yeah.
it recently.
Oh yeah, they've had it out. Actually, they've had it out for like since like, oh my god, I want to say like maybe 2013 or something like that. I don't know. I'm not. That's all I know of because I had mine done in 2017,
Okay.
and I met a woman in 2017 that had hers done 4 years earlier, and she said it was the best thing I've ever done, and I was like,
I'm listening.
tell me more, you know?
Yeah.
No, so what they do is, because a lot of women have really heavy periods because they'll have like a fibrous cyst on the lining of their wall, and which I did have. So they cut that out, and then what they do is they have this device. It's like this long, skinny piece of metal, is what it looks like, and then it kind of opens up. Imagine an umbrella turning into a balloon instead of one-sided. So it just like, oh, remember those, you know, those kids' plastic balls that you can like pull them out and they go flat and then you push them together and it's kind of like that. So they put it in there and they expand it and they cauterize the inside of your lining, your
Your
endometrial
uterus.
lining. So it stops bleeding.
And it's completely stops.
Well, it depends on the person. I found out that with
Okay.
some people it comes back.
okay.
Heather actually had it done, and she said mine came back with a vengeance
Oh,
after
okay.
like 3 years, but mine's been like 4.5 years now, so I haven't had any problems, but it can happen.
And what was the aftercare like?
The aftercare was basically take it easy. You just felt like I felt just kind of nauseous a little bit, like, ew, I don't feel good in my stomach. You know what I mean? Like that
Okay.
when you get like a stomach flu and you start getting that, oh, I don't feel good feeling. That's what it felt like for like, oh God, I don't know, only like 4 or 5, maybe 6 days. Not even, I don't think. I think it was 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
And I worked I pretty much always worked in guys' jobs before now, but I worked at this like industrial chicken farm and we all did heavy lifting. And my boss is this big, huge fucking redneck, you know, with a big scar on his face. And he walks around like, you know, like scuffing his feet. Like he's just a big, like 6'4" redneck dude. But he was actually a sweetheart. He was like, no, you need to take it easy. And I was like, no, Al, I can. He's like, no, you need to be careful with that. Because he's got 3 daughters and a wife. He grew up with a bunch of, you know, he's been around women for like 25. I think his oldest is like 29 at the time. So he's like, no, you need to be careful with that. I know a lot about female anatomy. So no, you're not doing shit. So he just like gave me nothing, like paperwork and stuff to do for days. I just kind of chilled out and hung around. And I really felt fine by like day 3.
Okay.
Yeah. It was really impressive. Yeah.
Hey, is Diana still awake?
Yes, Diane's awake.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I am gonna head off because I'm barely awake now. So
You sound like that.
I'm probably going to head to bed soon myself. But
I'm trying to decide whether I should like do a wake and bake and then go to work in a few hours. I don't know.
Yeah, I should have
Probably a
been in
bad
bed
idea.
about 3 hours ago.
But if I'd said, hey, I was up half the night helping Diana, like, you know, nobody's going to say anything. So
yeah,
Exactly.
Anyway, thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
I appreciate it. And I will get a little sleep and then hopefully be back for Ben's. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see.
yay, because that's why I'm up.
Good.
Love to see you there.
Yeah. So I will catch you all in a little bit. Okay.
always move.
Bye, honey. Love you.
Love you.
Thank
too.
you.
Of course. Night.
Hi, Wildheart. We can see the chat, but not tonight, bud.
You're sorry that someone can see your messages, or are you sorry that you're asking? If someone can
I
see your
said
messages?
I'm sorry, not tonight, bud.
I know, just be a smart
Wildheart.
ass. No crazy shit, Wildheart.
Sorry.
Anybody trimming pubes on the stream or anything?
Wildheart's
yeah.
a little wild,
That up.
and yeah. No offense, but it's I find it a little off-putting when people just show up and ask for a link all the time and don't participate in the chat otherwise. So, but I do appreciate you coming by the chat.
But
yeah. So I'm sewing my signatures now. I
What
don't
the
know
hell are
if
you
guys-
doing anyways, now that there's a pause in the conversation? What the fuck are you doing?
So I'm making a journal.
Oh, like handmade.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So I went over the pages earlier and the way that it's divided up with there's like
that's
a
cool.
little
Yeah.
spot to track your water and different stuff.
Water?
Yeah, because you're supposed to drink 8 cups of water a day. So
Oh,
there's
really?
8 little triangles
right.
under the
Is
date
that what they
line.
say? Is that what they say? Because I don't do that. I rarely ever drink water.
Well, maybe you need to have a little water charter
And I have
in
one
your-
kidney and I'm fine.
in your planner.
No,
I drink
I don't.
water.
Good.
I don't drink.
I
I don't
take
drink
hot water
water.
and I pour it over coffee beans, and then I
Yeah.
add cream and sugar, and then I drink it.
I was just gonna do that here in a minute.
The
My
8
wa-
glasses of water a day is actually a myth, though.
Yeah, it's fucking
Yeah.
ridiculous.
My water
I
has
actually-
to contain a minimum amount of carcinogens before I can drink it.
Oh my
It's a
god, I used to drink
goal.
that shit,
I
and then I lost
drink
my
most
kidney.
of mine in the form of iced tea, but
I'll never
Yeah.
touch Mountain Dew again.
No,
No,
and like kidney issues
Shit.
are like a problem in my family. And like they told my aunt, if you don't stop drinking Mountain Dew, the calcium deposits are gonna wreck your shit.
That's what it is.
yep. I actually have to pay attention to it for the first time in my life because it's like I'm on 3 different medications that all list dehydration as side effects. But apparently the spinalactinate's the one that's really nailed it. That since I started taking that, not only the water, but apparently it's creating these incredible salt cravings. So I basically have to drink a small ocean every day.
Yep.
Yeah.
I had a trans femme friend who multiple times in my presence literally went to the cupboard of her kitchen and poured salt into her palm and then licked it.
I've been doing that.
Shit like that.
I love to do that when I'm off camera. Just stick your head in. It's great.
But
Yeah, I can't seem to get enough salt no matter what I do.
yep.
So yeah, apparently the spirulactinate is making me deficient in potassium and magnesium.
Yep. It makes
Yeah.
you pee it all out.
Yeah, you have to be careful with that shit. I actually called a patient because so patients will call in and go, "Oh, I got my lab work done. What were the results?" You know, and then so like Heather or Deb or the other Deb, because yeah, we have 2 Debs, so that's repetitive. They'll send me a message back, call the patient, tell them the results. You know, I got to call this 66-year-old lady and tell her to eat more fucking salt because her sodium. She was like, eat more salt. And I said, yeah, put some salt on your food, woman. And she started laughing.
Yep.
She's like, who tells them? I said, who? I get to call somebody and tell them to do something supposed to be really bad for them, you know?
Yeah.
But no, it's not always bad. Depends on the medicine you're on and everything. So, which is why you need to get your labs checked every so often.
Mm-hmm.
I've had
not taking your car in for an oil change. It's just really stupid to not do it.
I've had so many blood labs done recently that Eskenazi probably has more of my blood than I do. I'm sure nobody that does doctors a lot has ever heard that joke.
No, never.
Oh my! It's
never
amazing.
heard a joke like that in my life.
At the dialysis center, once a month, they'll do blood samples, and they'll come in with 5 or 8 vials, and just one after another, hook them up to the catheter line. And Jesus God, man.
Well, so I've been in like this messy process of trying to get diagnosed with some kind of autoimmune. And so like they've just been like shoving different drugs down me and like come back every 2 weeks to get blood drawn. And
Oh my God.
it's it's your thyroid, but it's not your thyroid, but it's definitely your thyroid. It's nuts.
I'd be curious to see your thyroid levels.
They're normal right now because I'm on levothyroxine.
Yeah, but what? Oh, okay, that's good. All right. Because I was gonna say, so like in my family, I was discussing it with Heather. So in my family, we'll be within range, but we're high and low on certain ones. And then they go, "Oh, you're in range, you're fine." And Heather's like, "That's not fucking true." And I'm like, "Okay, well, tell me how it works." So there's like one goes from here to here, and the other one goes from here to here, and the other one goes from here to here, basically. Okay. So like if your TSH is lower, but it's in range, then like your T4 should be higher to compensate for that being lower.
Yeah. And
So
that was
you'll
the thing
see in
that,
my family, like the T3's in the middle, the TSH is really low, and the T4 is like in the middle to low.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, one of those should be higher. And I'm like,
Yeah.
and then they keep telling everybody. They told my son, "Oh no, you're fine," and he can't stop gaining weight. And he's like, "No, I'm not fine."
And so
like, he
the
has a problem
struggle
with it.
the struggle for me is that I could not get somebody to explain to me in plain English what all these numbers mean.
Mhm.
because on Eskenazi's My Chart, it'll say your level is blank. It is high or low for what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
But then I have no supplemental information to know, like, is that bad? What kind of effects does that have? What do I
See-
need to do about
See,
that?
that's the fucked up
You know,
person because
like-
fucked up thing because it depends on every patient's different.
Yeah, but so my general aggregation of symptoms is I have like moderate to severe chronic pain, especially with my joints. And so
Okay.
I have like a chronic inflammation problem that they
Okay.
think it's like thyroid related autoimmunity.
Okay.
But I don't know what is going on, but they have apparently every time I get blood work done, well, they say, well, it's inconclusive. I was like, well, your levels are
Do-
normal right now. And I'm like,
they-
but I still feel like shit all the time.
do they do antibody tests with that?
Yes, I've had that done twice.
Oh, okay.
And so one time it came back and they said it was positive, and then one time it came back and they said it was not positive. So I don't know. Not that, like, most of the people I've been in contact with at this clinic have not been clandestine with me about what things mean, and I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what any of these things mean.
Well, you know what you could do?
Go to
Get a hold of a
different
copy of your blood work and email it to Ben and let him look at it. That's what I'd do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Between the
probably-
knowledge he has and what he can look up and the access he has to information, yeah, I would ask him to look at him.
Okay.
But you probably have to give him like, like a summary of your medical history too, and what kind of medications you're on and all that.
I don't know if I can give like a basic history, but like I don't have access to most of that stuff right now because I don't have my I lost my insurance when I lost my job. And so like there's a lot of that stuff that I don't have access to right now.
But that doesn't make sense though, because anywhere you go, they should give you access. Like,
well, I mean, like I don't have it. Like I don't have copies of stuff.
yeah, but you can request it from your doctor. Or from
Okay.
wherever medical center you're going to, they have to give it to you.
Okay.
The worst they can do is charge you like $10 to copy something off.
Okay.
Yeah. They have to keep the records for 7 years by law.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I didn't until about 6 months ago
But
when I started
yeah,
working
so-
at my job.
Is it really the same for people as it is for animals?
What?
7 years you have to keep records?
They do that for animals too?
Yeah.
Huh. I guess so then. I didn't know that.
I don't know why. It's like the animals, like a lot of them don't like, you know what I mean? It's like, why do I need to keep records for 7 years on this dog that was like 10 years old when they came into the clinic?
I wonder if that depends on the state though with animals.
That's true. Yeah. But although that was in Florida, and I feel like Florida would be one of the more lax states.
A lot of it is like liability law. Like you have to have a copy of it in case they decide 3 years later that they're going to sue you for not
Exactly
giving
what-
their
yeah.
dog good enough care or something
That's
like that.
definitely part of it.
That's a
yeah.
self.
That's what my boss said, yeah. Yeah.
Well, and they probably just made it 7 years as a blanket rule, regardless of the age or species of the animal.
It's also probably dependent on what the like statute of limitations is for that kind of lawsuit.
It
That
probably,
might be what it
yeah.
is.
That's what I'm wondering if it is like literally like that's just what the, yeah.
Most things like that are just about covering the company's ass, no matter what
Oh,
kind of
absolutely.
company it is.
I mean, well, with humans, it's not about that, but it's more about.
No. Where I live, here's the
Uh-oh.
the lovely thing that there's like a certain amount of time for malpractice. It's the shortest of any state in the nation, and also it is based on from the onset of symptoms, not like the diagnosis. So in theory, like you could be having symptoms, I think it's 3 years. For 3 years, spend 3 years trying to figure out what it is. And then after 3 years, figure out, oh, actually, it's malpractice due to this guy that you had like this procedure 3 years ago, but like, oh, well, past statute of limitations now. You're fucked.
Wow.
Are you
Woke up to
you
pee.
awake, Spackle, or are you still asleep?
I think that was a peace out. I'm going back to bed.
Thank you for the like and thank you for stopping by in the chat. I appreciate it.
I don't know if anybody I know that isn't here is awake, but I did put it out on Twitter right before I came in. So there's that.
Actually, it's probably a good thing because, you know, the people in the UK will be up and about now. I mean,
Yeah, that's a good point.
it's like tea time over there now.
Yep, they'll be having like their breakfast and stuff, right?
Actually, I think it's going on 11 for London time.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Damn.
Dang.
What is Nini? Spackle, why do you keep saying N-I? What does that mean? I don't know what it means.
And Nini. I don't know. I thought maybe if I sounded it out, I would figure it out.
I don't know. She typed that, and I honestly, my mind directly went to "Sleep with One Eye Open" from Metallica. Don't know why.
Oh, so Aunt Jer. So basically, nobody would tell me what was going on at any given point in time. So they would throw, you know, potential diagnoses around, but nobody would ever tell me.
9-9.
They would never actually tell me we think that it's this or we think that it's that, and they would bring me in for testing, but they wouldn't explain what that testing was for or what any of the results meant. So I have spent a lot of time going back and forth to this doctor, and I still don't really know what's going on. Because I don't think it's like anybody's like intentionally deceiving me or anything, if that's what you're thinking. I think that just like everybody, like nobody can be asked to sit down with me and explain stuff.
Yeah.
That sucks.
And like when I'm job hunting right now, so when I go back to work and I get new insurance, I'm probably going to go to a completely different clinic than this one. Because this is through a public hospital, and public hospitals are really, really fucked up right now.
Well, they were fucked up before because they're always understaffed. The people there are underpaid, and there's just too much. There's not enough help. They just can't keep up with everybody.
And there's just not enough. Like nobody has enough time, and I think that's what it is that they have like 17 minutes per appointment, and so they have to shove people out the door as quickly as possible.
I think that's one of the biggest problems with our health system now is the managed care that limits doctors to only like 15 or 20 minutes per patient. Because, the patients can never get their questions answered. So they never really understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like contagious everywhere, though. Healthcare is fucked up everywhere.
Oh, what's really poo-poo here in the U.S. is the way healthcare, the health insurance, or whatever you want to call it, is tied to work. It's tied to your job.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not lucky enough to have a job, well, you're fucked.
Yeah. And because I don't have a formal diagnosis, I can't access any interim resources. So, like, since I'm an able-bodied person in the eyes of the state, it's very difficult to get like state insurance, for example, to cover stuff while I can't work.
Right.
Or while I'm out of work.
Yeah.
I think we've decided that Spackle's NI is 9-9.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so Doc said he sleeps during the day, so his is day.
I've used to be a third shifter, so I know all about that life.
Been there. Spent a lot of time there. Spent a lot of time on second shift. Spent a lot of time going in at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
I spent a decade of my life thinking I
or
was
4
a night
p.m.
person.
Yeah.
I seriously spent a decade of my life thinking that I was just like a night owl. And so I did that shit. And then for beauty school, actually, I had to get up because I had to work had to go into the city for school. And it's an hour drive, and I had to be there at 7 a.m. So I had to get up at about 5:30, basically. And I figured out after 4 months of fucking doing that shit, like, actually my body likes getting up in the morning. And ever since then, I've just been like I wake up between 5:30 and 6, just like natural, like Oprah. No alarm clock or nothing.
I became a night person because there was a time of my life when I was grappling with severe mental health issues and I was not having any treatment. And so I could not tolerate being around people. And so I became nocturnal because there are a lot less people.
I feel like that's a big part of it for me that like made me think I was a night owl. Yeah.
And so like I did the midnight to 10 shift at FedEx for a long while.
Nice. I worked at UPS, but I won't fault you.
Yep.
My dad.
I'm sure the reason that I'm so nocturnal is because, you know, growing up in such a crowded, chaotic house, it was the only time I could have quiet. It just worked better for me to be avoiding people. And I distinctly remember, even as young as 10 years old, that hearing my dad get up to go to work was time for me to go to bed.
Yep.
Most of my childhood was about hiding and avoiding everyone.
I was not allowed to sleep at any point when other people in the house weren't also asleep.
Yeah.
Like if my dad came into my room and I was still in bed and it was after like 8 o'clock in the morning, I would literally like pick me up and dump me on the floor and be like, it's time to get up.
Oh yeah, my brothers did that all the time.
I don't understand that. Like, not everybody has the same fucking sleep schedule. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
Also, even just
now-
sleeping for 8 hours straight is like not like a natural human thing for us to do. Like as a species, for like many years until the Industrial Revolution, like we only slept part of the way through the night, and then you get up in the middle of the night and stoke the fire or whatever nighttime chores you had to fucking do, and go back to sleep for another few hours.
Oh fuck yeah, I remember doing that. Put another log on the
Unfortunately, at
fire,
this point,
baby.
I just have no sleep pattern at all.
Yeah.
It's just completely random, and I can only sleep 2 hours at a time.
That sucks.
You know, to this day, I am still like a kid, and if I get excited or I'm thinking about something, I can't sleep. That's why I'm awake right now.
Yep.
Oh, I don't sleep. I haven't slept in 7 years.
That sucks.
I was expecting somebody to call me out. I'll be
Look,
honest.
I know that's totally impossible. Or you'd be absolutely fucking
like
crazy.
No.
So I know it's exaggerated. So I just thought I'd leave it alone. I thought there was like a punchline, and I was waiting for it.
I was like, I'm not gonna like argue with you. It's fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. Like whatever.
Word, right?
Today,
Yeah,
I have
sure.
been-
Whatever, Larry. Whatever, bro.
that I have been awake since your stream yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Or day before yesterday now.
Whose? Mine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Holy
My
fucking
experience is about
chicken
halfway
shit.
through the third day is when I start hallucinating.
Bro, you need to get some sleep.
Who got one of these?
Yep,
Now
I
you
got
Of
one.
these?
I
I
wish
got
I
one.
had
Purple
That's
got
my
one of
foot is his
these.
pillow.
I have a snot monster, but he's over there and he doesn't want to be held right now.
She chooses. The boy, I can pick him up, and he's like, "Pet me," but I gotta pick her up. She's like, "Motherfucker, I didn't tell you could do that. What the fuck are you doing?" She's definitely a girl.
Comet is a rescue, and he's very, very choosy about who's allowed to touch him and when. And I respect that because I'm also a rescue.
Yeah, I get it.
Sammy's the opposite because he's always asking
Heather
permission.
rescued me. She's the only one I want to touch me. Yeah.
Yep. Sammy just kind of comes up and tentatively puts a paw on. It's like, okay, if I touch you, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask. I think he's Canadian because he's always apologizing.
Mm.
But does he say it sorry?
Is he sorry?
Sorry. It's like meow or I don't know. Sorry. I don't know.
I think I've got to get him a friend because actually, since I moved here, he's been a lot more active than he was in Michigan.
Oh, maybe you just
And
like him better.
I'm just mostly worried about him getting bored, but I wind up apologizing for him having such a broken and boring human all the time.
Aw.
So I think I may have to get him somebody to chase him around, but I'm kind of worried because the last 3 cats he's been with have all bullied him.
Mm.
So, he's just very, very passive. And I don't want him to spend another 2 years hiding under the bed.
Yeah. My male cat is her brother, but when I got him, my son's ex-girlfriend at the time, his ex-girlfriend had adopted him, and she put him number 9 of 8 cats. And he was this big. So when I got him, he's like, there's no food in the dish. You need to put food in the dish. I'm going to keep screaming at you till you put food in the dish. But there's food in the dish. There's not enough food in the dish. Like, there has to be so much water, has to be so much food, and the cat litter box has to be clean. He tells me. Like, he'll yell at me and then walk over to whatever's, look at it, and look at me like, dude, you going to do something about this?
He needs those buttons where they like teach.
Right, I know. I probably should buy. They're both fucking really smart. It's crazy. You know how many times she's gotten out? She's like fucking Houdini. I swear to God. And the worst thing is because I live in a tiny home, there's that space underneath, but I don't fit in it. I mean, I could technically, but I live in the high desert. It's really not encouraged to like crawl through small cacti. It's really uncomfortable for like your body. So,
not to mention that's probably where the snakes and tarantulas live.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do. Yeah. No, tarantulas, I don't know. They're all over the place here. They just kind of like.
I can handle snakes. I'm not bothered by snakes.
You don't want to live here during migration season, then.
I'm still a bit freaked out by snakes.
There'll be hundreds of them walking across the field.
Really?
That's great.
If you keep your house closed, they'll just keep going. They'll end up under your house, and they're not going to stay there because they're heading somewhere. They're going where it's warmer. They're heading south. They head south, and then they come back up.
I did not know that they migrated in numbers.
Oh, they fucking migrate all the time. I'm telling you, sometimes you'll just be driving down the road, and there's like this big-ass fucking black tarantula, and they're walking across the road. Like this, and you're like... I mean, one time I hit one, and I was like, oh, man, why did I do that? I'm like, fuck, did I need to hit that thing?
It's one of the things on my bucket list to see is I want to go to Australia, but I want to go when the crabs are migrating. That thing where like 2 million crabs climb up out of the ocean, walk across the continent, and dive back in the other side.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. I've seen it from the other side in the Galapagos, and it's like fucking wild.
But it's like, wouldn't it be easier for you to stay in the water and go around? I mean, I know it's a much longer distance, but wouldn't that still be a lot easier?
Well,
I mean, there's just as many predators in the water as there are out of the water.
That might also depend on the way the flow is, because it might make it harder for them to get all the way around. If, like, say, one end's too warm for them, or one end's too cold for them,
it just looks like such a weird thing to do because
the one they should be in, or I don't know. I'm sure there's some reason.
But just, they're obviously not built for walking long distances on land. It just looks like such a really unnatural thing for them to do.
Has anybody seen the meme of like the crab evolution meme, or like crabs have apparently the body form of a crab has evolved independently like 12 different times?
Yeah.
Really?
That's fucking nuts. It has to be an efficient biological form for that to be a thing.
It sounds like
there's a SciShow video called something like, "Why does everything keep evolving into crabs?"
Yep.
Yeah, because there's a lot of things that you think are crabs that actually are not related.
Mm-hmm. Like
Yeah,
water
some of them are
spiders and that kind
considered
of stuff.
spiders. Some of them are considered. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't know anything about it. I just remember seeing that something to that effect before.
And some of them get freaking huge.
Mm-hmm.
There are crabs that have like a over 8-foot leg span.
Yep. What are those ones that they live in like subarctic waters, but they're enormous and they're like covered Yeti crabs.
Oh
They're
yeah.
called what?
Yeti crabs.
Oh,
They
go
have
figure.
they have like it looks like fur. I'm not sure what it actually is made of, but they have like furry
Yeah,
claws.
they're white and they look furry.
There's a lot of spideys that are furry, so that would make sense.
Well, I think the furs, I think they're filter feeders. I think they like wave their claws and like, you know, little particles get caught in the fur and they like lick it off.
That
I
sounds
think that's their
awesome.
feeding technique.
So wait a minute, it's not just dogs and cats. Crabs can lick themselves everywhere. That's fucking bullshit, man.
Yep.
Well, not everywhere, but they can lick their claws.
If there was a real god, we'd all be able to lick ourselves naturally.
I don't like that.
Oh.
though.
Okay.
Not
If I
since I
could
was a
lick myself, I
teenager.
wouldn't leave the
Look,
house.
Look, Beck, we are uniquely fortunate.
Don't
that
get me
our-
started on that one, Diane. I have a joke for that. Go ahead.
Humans are uniquely fortunate in a way that dogs are not because we don't have to use our own tongues as toilet paper.
There you go.
This
I
is
wasn't
true.
talking about for cleaning, sunshine.
Oh, ew.
Oh. I used to go around asking my male friends, I'd say, hey, man, if you could give yourself a blowjob, would you leave the house? And they were like, fuck no. Hey, man, if you could give yourself a blowjob, would you leave the house? Fuck no. This one guy goes, yeah, I would. And we were like, whatever. And
You
he said,
can,
no, I would.
because you
He said,
can
you get
because
ice
they-
cream, polar blow.
Oh, okay. But you can do that because they make the little pocket things that are shaped like mouths now.
Yeah,
This
but
is
I
the
don't think that's the
future.
same thing.
It's not the same.
I'm gonna say that's not the same thing.
Purple's like, not the same. Not the same.
Not the same.
Well,
Tried it, didn't work. Nope,
I
not
could
the
do
same.
it when I was
Feels
a
good, not the
teenager.
same.
My back doesn't bend that far anymore.
Ooh. Oh, purple. Fuck.
I swear to God, we had this conversation here at the house a couple days ago, where Justin's dad was talking about the rumor that Marilyn Manson got ribs removed so that he could give himself blowjobs
Oh, yeah.
because he didn't realize that that was like a stupid teenager joke thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a stupid teenager joke thing.
Sure is.
It's funny.
Oh, yeah.
I could see guys opting for the surgery if it really
Can
worked.
you imagine the insurance write up for that?
Oh, I don't think insurance would pay jack
Well, you
shit for it.
see, I'm eternally single, so this is required for my pleasure as a human being. My life will mean nothing without it. Go see 10 psychologists, 2 psychiatrists,
But he's got millions of
Do some
dollars. He could just pay
PT,
someone to suck
and
his
then maybe
dick.
we'll pay for it.
Also,
get X-rays.
he's got millions of dollars. He can just pay for the fucking
No.
surgery if
No,
that's
no,
what we're really
no.
talking about.
You
It
could.
would be covered by insurance.
Why?
They've got
'Cause he's
they've
a
got
white
no
male.
problem covering Viagra.
Yeah, that's what I was
You
saying.
know,
Or-
if it's
he's born a
strictly
white
for a
male.
man's pleasure, they don't have a problem with it.
Oh, that's a good point. I forgot. It's for a man.
I had to fill prescriptions
For a
for
cis man.
Viagra and for the knockoffs of Viagra, and you would like. I grant I'm not the most sexual person in the world. Sex is not the highest priority for me, but I was floored at how much money people would pay for one Viagra.
Oh, yeah, they'll pay like $20 a pill.
Oh, more than that.
Oh, it's more now?
More than that. So for the name brand, if you don't have any kind of supplementary insurance, it's like over $100 for a pill.
One pill?
Yes.
Damn. Well, at least they're smart enough to make money off those dumb
And
bastards.
it's like the fuck.
No, that's it.
Yeah, you know,
exactly.
I have actually spent in the,
The
office
fuck.
before hours working
That's your answer.
on working on prior authorization so some guy could have a hard dick.
Yeah.
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 Like I've spent a lot of time on that before.
Yeah,
I-
and then
I,
all the shit that they won't cover.
Yeah, right.
a lot
Exactly.
of
That's my point.
a lot of the hard stuff just got bounced to the pharmacist. But I have had to deal with Anthem enough that I like. I was never the same.
We deal with all of them. Every fucking. It's just ridiculous.
No,
It's all
Anthem
just
would
ridiculous.
just leave you on hold for 3 fucking hours.
Oh yeah,
And then
you know what Marissa will do at work is she'll call, they'll put her on hold because some companies it's faster to fax stuff in paper. Some it's faster to fax stuff in electronic. Some you just call them and they'll just be like done, you know. But to call those companies instead of waiting days and days and days for someone's insulin, you know, because we got to get an approval on that because you know that's expensive. It could save your life.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that
Okay.
saves your life is ridiculous. If it's luxury or it saves your life, it's ridiculously expensive.
What isn't luxury or life saving? What isn't one of those categories?
Do you know what?
There's plenty of stuff. You don't have to have thyroid pills.
I mean,
You can be tired and overweight and miserable. You don't have to
And,
have
like,
them to live.
probably die a few years before you're supposed to.
Okay,
Yeah.
other than
They
pharmacies,
don't care about that.
No,
is
but
there anyone
no,
who's used
do
the
you,
fax
do you
in the
know how
last
much?
20 years?
Do you know
Wait a
how
minute,
much?
Purple. Hold on, Purple. Say that again.
Other than pharmacies, has anyone used a fax in the last 20 years?
I have.
I do it. At a doctor's office, I have to. So you
Vet
have to get paperwork
office.
signed by the doctor, so it has to be that paper form.
When our first apartment burned down, and we had to correspond with State Farm back and forth like 800 times, and they wanted everything to be done in faxes.
Yeah.
It sucked
Yep.
because there is no fax machine at the local library anymore because nobody uses
Because
fax
nobody
machines.
fucking faxes.
So like
But
we had
anything
to,
medical, any place medical will have a fax machine. I guarantee it.
But so no, do you know how much it's cost to get somebody set up for insulin use if they haven't been seen for it already? So I had to do a workup for that
$400.
lady I mentioned earlier. She needed a machine to test her blood sugar and the strips,
Glucometer.
and she needed syringes and the
Yep.
insulin itself. And for all that together, this is, the machine plus 1 month's supply was over $3,000.
I believe it.
It was like $3,500.
I was going to go with $1,500 to $2,000, but yeah, that's
And it's
definitely
like-
high.
That's
Once you start
literally
adding on that machine and everything, yeah.
the bottom 75% of people in America could not afford that in order to stay alive.
Well, even after you get, let's say you have the test strips and everything, the insulin's still going to run you $200 to $300 out of pocket.
Yeah.
To live. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And more than that, if you have to get there's different kinds of injectors, and if an injector that's too fancy, then it's literally thousands of dollars.
Right. Yep.
And like people who are, differently abled or elderly or otherwise would have trouble drawing and administering a traditional injection need those auto injectors.
Yep.
And
this is the one.
Absolutely.
They're like mini EpiPens with insulin in them.
Yep.
And they're absolutely necessary. They're absolutely vital.
Yep. They have they have little syringe tips. You slot in a tip and then you go, boop,
Yeah.
and then you take the tip out and dispose of it.
Yep.
Oh. Hey, right. Minnow,
Yes.
is this the thing you sent? Is this the one that says you has been invited to join the team?
Yes.
Okay. Now I know who that is. Okay.
Yes, I know. I named the team. It made me name it. And I was like,
Team.
Okay. We
Team.
just accepted
I also had a cat for many years that was named Cat. I'm that person.
My
yeah, Seth Andrews' cat is Cat. Kat.
I was very
Yeah.
creative when naming my cats. My first cat's name was Simba, and my second cat's name was Felix.
Oh my God, you're brilliant. Where'd you come up with those at?
Mine was called Kitten. And then I think around the time that he turned like 5 or 6, my friends were like, he's not a kitten.
Yeah. But the even dumber part of that is that I did not know of Felix the cat. when
Oh,
I
wow.
named my
That's
cat
funny.
Felix.
That's funny.
Well, when I got him from the shelter, his name was Samson, and I didn't care for that, but I figured I needed to keep it something close so he would still respond to it. So I just changed it to the Right Honorable Sammy-san.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so when my son's ex got my cat before I got him, and my son got a cat at the same time, and they were from 2 different litters, but she had them back to back, and they were both these orange cats, and they looked almost identical. So they got both of those, and they named them after liquor. So my cat's name is Jameson. So I just call him Baby Boy, and he answers to that. He's never answered to Jameson anyway. He's not really. He's kind of like, I kind of know you're talking to me, but I'm not really sure, so I'm just gonna not do that.
This one I found near a wooded area. Therefore, she became Sylvia. From the Latin.
Oh,
And my Miranda and my Ariel were named from Shakespeare's The Tempest.
ah,
And then let's see. Well, Winston, the ex decided that he looked like a Winston, so that's how he got named Winston. He was the only gay cat I've ever known.
how did you know he was gay? Was he humping other cats of the same sex?
Yeah. First thing he did when we got him home, he tried to hump his older brother.
My dog,
Good
that
kitty.
passed away earlier this year, she was absolutely gay as fuck. And where I lived when I didn't live here, when I lived in a college town, we actually had this, like, I guess it was a competition of like the gayest dog of said city. And I did not nominate my dog, but somebody else nominated my dog. And she did indeed. She didn't actually win first place, but she like won a prize in the gayest dog of said city competition. And I was like, you guys are not wrong. But it was like one of those that like usually goes to like boy Pomeranians and stuff, But like here's my girl black lab. But like they were right. They were not wrong.
There you
I
go.
do have a gay dog. Dogs can definitely be gay. She
Not
definitely
supposed to
liked
be
humping on girl dogs.
See, it's natural.
There was a whole South Park
Okay.
episode.
Well, they're just doing whatever they feel like is right. So it's
Yeah.
natural. See,
Yeah.
that's my point.
Yeah. I mean, like,
I
seriously,
love
like
humping women.
she was a gay dog. Like,
Well, one in particular, but whatever.
Okay, so there's the.
or maybe a trans dog. I don't know. I mean,
There you go.
our communication level was not like
Hi, at that point I was 12. No, I don't know.
I did have
well,
a dog
I mean,
who
I feel like we
identified.
had pretty good communication, but like anybody who can communicate with their dog like on that level, like I would like to learn how you do that.
I did
One of
have a
those
dog who
whisperers.
identified as a cat.
I'm sorry, Purple?
I had a dog who identified as a cat.
Oh.
She was raised by 2 cats. It never occurred to her that she'd gotten bigger than the cats. So we had a 60-pound cat that barked at the mailman.
That's like we got this black lab, me and my ex, and she was not a puppy, but she was young when we got her. And we brought her into the house with a chihuahua. And then she grew full size, and like the chihuahua was the size of her head. and the Chihuahua would do something. She'd go, "I'm sorry," and like cower down. I'm like, Luna, you know you could eat her, right? What the fuck are you doing right now? Like one bite. Oh,
Yep.
no more Chihuahua.
My sister used to walk our Maine Coon on a leash,
Yeah, oh yeah, the Mancoons deserve leashes, yeah.
but he was
Fucking
also like a
20-some-odd
30-pound cat.
Yeah.
How much did that one weigh?
He had to be like at least like maybe 22 pounds. Like he was
Yeah, I was
huge.
gonna say that's
Yeah.
yeah, they're usually between 20 and 25 as far as I remember.
Yeah, Sloth
Um,
Girl's Petunia is part
but-
Maine Coon, and she's pushing 20 pounds now.
We had to leash him when he went outside because he would just murder all of the wildlife indiscriminately. Like I watched
Yeah.
this cat catch birds out of the fucking sky.
Yeah, my Merlin was part Maine Coon, and he was the gentlest kitten I've ever known. We got him as a rescue. Somebody Melody worked, my ex Melody worked with, found a mother and son under her porch in the middle of winter, and Merlin had health issues. He had kitten pneumonia, that sort of thing. And he always behaved as if he was so grateful to have a warm home with actual food.
Yeah.
He would just come up to me, put his paws on my thigh, look up at me, and just move the mouth as if he was meowing, but you couldn't hear anything come out. I mean, like, and those big eyes
Aw.
of his. And unfortunately, we lost him to acute kidney failure.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
He was
That sucks.
3 years old.
That's kind of
But
how
I
my
miss-
dog is. He's also a rescue, and we don't know a lot of the details, but they kind of hinted that he was treated pretty badly in the home that he was in before. And so once he decided that I was a safe person, he glued himself to me. And just like basically like for the first year or so that I had him was constantly at my heel, had to be in my lap if I was sitting down, had to be in my bed if I was sleeping. And it was cute, but at the same time it was like, oh, you're emotionally codependent because you've been abused.
Yep.
And that's sad.
Rescues will often do that is when they identify one person who they know is not going to hurt them.
Uh-huh.
It's like, I stay next to you, you protect me from the bad people, right?
Now,
Right.
right now, he's sitting over there in the chair, and every couple of seconds he goes, because this is bedtime, and I haven't opened the door into his room where his bed is, and he's very mad.
How dare you?
I know,
Yeah.
I'm the worst.
How dare you fuck up the schedule?
Seriously, man.
But he also won't go lay in the bed if I'm not in the room where the bed is.
Oh, come here, you.
So
So then, right, what's the point?
he's a good
Dog
boy.
said he had a neighbor who named his dog DOG.
I just saw that. That's funny.
DOG.
I was also in Pony Club with a kid whose pony was named Pony, but he frequently just called her Mare. And this kid was like 9 years old, maybe.
Really? Oh, now that's funny.
So this is like a God of War situation. You just call your kid.
Boy.
Yeah. Son.
Also, here's another little funny story about Pony. Pony's owners, the kids' parents, didn't actually bring her in a trailer. They had a pickup truck with like wood slats on the sides, and then they would just back up to a hill, and they would walk her into the bed of the truck and drive her to the club.
She's just like, thanks, let's go.
Like, okay,
That's
cool.
fucking great.
She was so fucking used to it that even if the hill wasn't like right on, she was like, she knew it was up. Like, it's cool. It's just
Yeah,
like open
step up
air
on the
ride
top.
home.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing.
That's great.
But she was adorable. She was absolutely adorable. They were both adorable.
That's funny.
Oh God.
Good
Ow.
shit. We had a bunch of ponies, and so when we got our farm, when my mom and dad transplanted us from Virginia to the middle of fucking Norfolk, Virginia Beach to the middle of fucking West Virginia, they bought 2 horses and 5 ponies, and one of them was pregnant, and so the foal was mine. Because I was only like 6 anyways, so I was the perfect age to start riding. And then my parents got divorced. My mom kicked my dad
A little
out.
bit young to start riding a colt or a filly.
Oh.
Anyways,
That's okay.
so anyway, your shit.
Stick you on an old lesson pony at that age, but like, damn.
I don't even know what to do with you, Minnow. This is why I love you. Anyways, so my parents got divorced, and my mom was like, okay, well, we're going to have to sell the ponies and the horses because we need the money. So she found this place, and she was like really picky, talking to different people that wanted to buy them and blah, blah, blah. And literally said, you're not going to like kill them and like glue farm them or something, are you? And they were like, no. That's exactly what fucking happened. My mom was so mad. She cried for like
how much money did they pay for them? Like, how much
Probably
money do
not
you
much.
get for a horse for glue?
I have no idea.
I know back in like the early 2000s, it was a couple hundred. Not a lot. Less than like you have to like pay to get one at like from the Humane Society, because you have to like actually pay adoption fees and stuff. Yeah, it's
So they probably gave her like $50 each or something for him, and fucking ripped her off, and it was pretty fucked up.
Well, I have an opposite story of that will maybe make you guys smile a little bit.
I know, it's so fucking depressing, huh?
There's so much symmetry.
You might have already heard this story back, but
Okay.
my lesson pony when I was 9 years old, and the older people in the stream are maybe going to get the humor of the person who named this little white mare named Fury, as opposed to the big black stallion named Fury. That's like,
Oh, okay.
they named her Fury. She was not a sweetheart, but she was definitely, I learned a lot riding that horse, a lot. And probably about the time I turned 14 or so, I outgrew her, and we sold her to a younger kid who he went to the same school district as me. And I went out and saw his place and everything. And he ended up actually outgrowing her around the time that I retired my my workhorse, my show horse. And it just so happened that I saw the listing that they were selling her again. And it was like, older pony, maybe like a couple years left for lessons in her, but she's like nearing retirement. And I knew who it was, and I called them up, and anyway, long story short, she's like right there. She's completely blind at this point.
Aww.
She has outlived most of her friends that were also lesson ponies with her.
Aww.
And she is just living out her retirement on the same property that she spent her showing years. And she knows the way around better than anybody else here.
That's
and
perfect.
She fits right into the herd, and everybody takes care of her, and she's just
That's cool.
That's Miss Fury. I should post pictures sometime on the Discord, except for she's not very pretty anymore. She's missing one eye, and then she's completely blind in the other one. But she's an old girl, but she's enjoying her retirement years.
Nothing wrong with that. I told everybody, when I get old, you'll find me on whatever front porch of wherever I live, getting like high as fuck and just rolling like one joint after another. That's what I'm going to do when I'm like 90.
I might be like that.
That's my goal. Sit, relax, and smoke a lot of pot.
I plan on living to be 100.
Oh.
Well, you know, I'm thinking since the average lifespan in my family prior to my generation was like 95. So 92 maybe. So I figure
My
I'm gonna
family-
live to be close to 100.
My nana was like insanely old for people in my family. My mom actually is outlived most of the people.
Wow.
in
How
my
old is your
family.
mom?
She's born at 61. So
Oh
you're
my
gonna make me
gosh.
do math?
Yeah, I seriously expected
No, I'm
that
just
I was
saying
going to
that.
live
But
past
she's
Well,
100.
two reasons.
She's
Go
in her
ahead, what?
60s. Yeah.
I seriously expected I was going to live past 100. Unfortunately, I think at this point we're all going to get some form of COVID. So how much is that going to cut it short?
Guess
Well,
that
wifey
depends.
already had some form of COVID, and to be fair, she had like breathing issues beforehand. I will say that they were worsened by the COVID, but I don't know that like I don't think that she has any new issues.
Yeah,
from
well, that's
COVID.
the thing, though. You know, they don't really know the long-term effects other than it tends to cause scarring on the heart and lungs. And I've seen some things saying that it may cause some damage to the brain that could lead to early dementia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Fun.
Okay.
Yep. They've also I don't know if they've compiled it into like a meta study yet, but they have. There's been lots of small self-reporting studies suggesting that it exacerbates the progression of like mental illness symptoms and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I had it.
I could see that.
I had it in like the very, very, very early. I had it like the December before they actually started
Knew what the fuck was
recording
going
cases
on.
here.
hmm
So I didn't know what it was when I had it. But I was like, I was literally sick for like the entire month of December and then some. And I had no idea what was wrong with me. And like, I couldn't breathe and I was hacking up like volumes of phlegm that should be impossible.
I had that too in 2019. Yeah, I wonder if it was COVID, but yeah, I was
But
like
no,
for a week.
yeah,
I was
but
out.
my asthma did get worse after that. Like I have to use my inhaler a lot more often, and it's triggered by much more mild stimuli.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, you know,
That
we're still
sounds-
learning about it, so who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might find out something crazy one day. Nobody knew what was going on.
But
yeah,
you know,
no,
we can't.
my
But like, we can't use the vaccine because it makes you infertile and it makes you grow demon horns and it changes your DNA.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
You know
No,
what?
it
I'm
doesn't.
fine. I'm fine with being an infertile demon horned mutant. Can I still take the
That's
vaccine?
alive.
Wait. Some of you don't have horns to begin with?
I will never tell, Purple. I will never tell. No, my old boss, the last place I worked, in the end of 2019, I think it said it was like October, November of 2019. He was really sick, and they were like, it must just be the flu. And then he gets sick again, like 8 months later, and then he gets sick again, like 7 or 8 months later. So yeah. And then the other 2 times he got sick, they knew it was COVID. And he was like, hey, I've had this happen before. And they were like, no. He was like, yeah. So he's, yeah. And he's like generally a healthy dude. Like he eats well. He goes to the gym. Like you know, just never know, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're taking all the precautions we can, but, you know, just there's so many people who are refusing to do anything about it that I think it's just inevitable it's going to stay around and keep mutating.
Unfortunately.
So
yeah.
it's just kind of a question of, you know, what strain are we going to be dealing with in 6 months or next year?
Yeah.
Well, I kind of like the idea of quarantine colonies.
Quarantine colonies?
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't want to take the precautions, you know, if you don't want the vaccine, if you don't want to wear the mask, you know, most of the protect everyone else, if not you, then okay, you can go in a colony somewhere and live there, removed from the rest of society.
So we'll do Australia 2.0.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
with the assholes.
Yeah.
I've been saying since the beginning, if we just put them all on an island, they could just fucking cough on each other to death. Save
I'm
the
sorry.
rest
This
of us.
is a complete non sequitur because Australia. But did you know that there's a wine called 17 Crimes?
Yes.
And the 17 crimes are the 17 things that could get you kicked out of England and sent to Australia.
Oh, really?
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
what it
know
is.
there
It's
was
the-
that
it's the-
specific a list.
It's the 17 offenses that could get you sent from sentenced to deportation, basically. And it was like, well, you can either get executed, you can be hanged, or you can get sent to Australia.
yeah. I mean,
Sheesh. These are tough decisions.
depends. Yeah.
I mean, I
You
imagine
guys
that
going to Australia.
in the early 1700s, Australia was probably an even more unforgiving place than it is now.
Right.
Well, yeah,
and it
before
was
the
basically a death
Hammond cities.
sentence. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
basically a death sentence, just like a slower one.
Yep.
And they probably didn't know how many things down there were actually trying to kill people.
They did a similar sort of thing in the Americas. It just wasn't as prevalent.
Oh,
But
yeah.
like there were people that were sent to the American colonies. Was like, yeah, you can be slave labor in the colonies, or you can die.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
A lot of the Irish ended up here that way.
On my shirt.
Quite a lot, especially people who were sentenced to the glassmakers.
Mm-hmm. History is great.
Isn't it?
Some of it.
Do any of you know Bo
You
Burnham?
can either run from it or you can learn from it.
Yeah. In Bo Burnham's newer special Inside, he has a song about history, and it's fucking great. But
I believe it.
What?
anyway.
Bro.
Do any of you guys watch Bailey Sarian's Dark History series? No? Okay.
I didn't even catch the title you said.
Bailey Sarian, her Dark History is the name of her series.
No, not
Dude.
familiar with that one.
What the fuck are you doing?
He's in my notes with no
She
idea.
used to do like a true crime while she did her makeup. Well, she still does that, but this one was more like she started learning about like history stuff, and she's like, I just want to like talk about like history stuff too, not necessarily just crimes, but like sometimes history in and of itself is fucked up.
I didn't recognize the name, but I do know who that is.
Yeah, Murder Mystery and Makeup
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah.
Well, see, I probably wouldn't have followed it just for the crimes, but general history I would follow.
I am
She's
one of
awesome.
those people that like stays up late watching like the Ted Bundy tapes and that kind of shit.
I watch a couple of history channels, but for me, my main focus is usually about the technology. So a lot of mine goes for war history just because that's when the technology advanced a lot faster.
Yeah.
Get attacked by a pussy and it's the wrong one.
Don't do that.
He's a little crazy. Well, guys, what time is it?
I think we've
6:41.
got- Yeah.
18 minutes.
18 minutes and
Oh,
what? You
Fabio's
watching
here.
Little Pumpkin?
18 minutes of going over to Ben's.
I
Hey,
missed it.
Fabio!
Fabio
What
was
you
here.
doing?
That's how it should be,
Vaccine
Fabio.
passports. He's talking about vaccine passports. I
Yeah.
agree. I absolutely
Absolutely.
agree.
You know, like that, like I said, that doctor said, you don't have to get a vaccine. Just don't go anywhere. Dude, credit.
I had to take an Uber from the airport when I worked over there, and the Uber driver that I had for that ride, we talked for like 40 minutes about how she lost her job as a nurse because she refused to get the COVID vaccine.
Oh.
And I'm like, thank you. You have forced me to be in an enclosed space with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for
Like-
letting me know that. You could have just not told me and I could have rolled the dice. That
Yeah,
would have been easier.
They needed
I mean,
to
like,
add
also-
something on the Uber app for that to indicate, if you want a driver who will wear a mask.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, well,
especially
she
for
was-
like somebody like Diana. If like Diana is taking a freaking Uber, like she can't risk that.
Yep.
Oh my! They take precautions up the foo-foo at the dialysis center. I mean, I've been getting the high-powered vaccines along with everybody else for everything, not only the COVID. Yeah, and then you've got to be all masked up and everything else because a lot of these people don't have working immune systems anymore.
Right.
Yep.
It's part of the deal, folks.
Well,
Yeah.
see,
Just
and
for
that's
anybody that doesn't know, dialysis is not something you could stay on for like 50 years. It doesn't work like that.
Nope.
Fucks your body
Nope.
up. Yeah.
Yeah,
for me, I'll
not a
probably
cure.
pull through it okay, but I have to be extra careful because Sloth Girl has MS. So when she has flare-ups, the medication they give her for that compromises her immune system.
Well, it basically just shuts down her immune system, right?
Pretty much. Yeah, because the MS flare-ups are basically her immune system attacking her own body.
Ends up.
So, I can't risk bringing anything back
Yay!
home.
He's actually been up for about 15 minutes. I just forgot to tell you.
Cool.
Julie is writing a poem to be auctioned off.
Nice.
Oh, speaking of it,
Patreon monkey.
I don't think you were here back when I brought it up earlier, but I found an absolute mess of purple yarn, and that's the only thing that I know how to do. So,
Nice.
so we came up with the idea that I would make a giant purple kidney.
I saw something about that in the chat. Are you really gonna
Yeah.
do it? That's great.
I think I will actually.
Just make it like a
Um,
pillow.
But yeah, like a big kidney shaped pillow.
Yeah.
And
I
then,
love that idea more every time I hear it.
Well, and I said if he can write down the pattern, we could sell digital copies of the pattern and just send like a PDF file, and then we don't have to worry about shipping and stuff. And then, I mean, it's probably going to be a really simple pattern, but it could be a way for people to like donate events or whatever, and like feel like they're getting something for their donation money.
Yeah.
And
Just
you
send
know,
Or
like a
you
little
could just
print.
auction off an NFT of the pattern.
There you go.
but
That
I'm
should
also,
raise a few thousand.
It's also totally cool if it turns out decent and it's nice looking. You guys can totally auction off the actual pillow to the highest bidder for however much, and I'll take care of the shipping to get it sent wherever.
There's my buddy.
Torben, sir, good morning.
Yeah, I just woke up and I couldn't sleep and I was hot because it didn't get as cold as tonight as I thought, and I had the heater on too high. And I was like, I'm getting sweaty. And I looked at the time and I said, fuck it. Let me find out where everybody is. And here I am. I got up 2 hours ago.
So my internet crashed right before I was supposed to be getting on, and that was
No
dealing with all
pooter.
of that fun stuff.
Got no pooter now. So Minnow's on a laptop.
That sounds.
Yeah, everything mutates. You either find a vaccine which works on even with mutations, or you get a shot every year. Exactly. I
Just like
completed
the
my
flu.
vaccine
I don't know
cycle.
why people are freaking out about it. It's the same
Yeah.
thing we do. We've
Right?
been doing this for how long?
Right.
Especially because with most insurances, the flu vaccine is usually free.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so is this shit.
the difference
I'm
is that the
thinking.
flu has generally not been, this likely to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, my thing here is that the coronavirus, if I remember correctly, is just an extremely aggressive member of the same family that includes the common cold. So it's going to mutate the way that does. Yeah, I think we're stuck with vaccines every year.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah, we'll have to get boosters every 6 months to a year to keep up with the current strains.
Yeah.
Well, they were talking about trying to get the flu vax and the COVID vax together or something. I think just so people would like have to get it.
Ah,
Well,
there you
no,
go.
I think that's just a matter of efficiency. Like right now, I can't get the booster right now, and it's not a matter of them not having the boosters. It's a matter of them not having the staff, that they can't schedule it separately. I'll be able to get it when I'm in the clinic for my next follow-up appointment, but they can't
Yeah.
schedule a separate appointment for me because they just don't have enough nurses.
Move.
You know what
move.
we've been doing at work? We have a medical assistant that does the flu shots and shit on the side. She'll do like HPV shots if it's like she doesn't like doing little kids, but because she feels bad. But everybody over like 13, 14 years old, we just have them come in and we just charge them for an office visit. So, and most of them are on fucking Medicare, so they don't pay anything, you know. And they come in and out. They're done in like 10 minutes. So. And then we send what we gave them and the lot number and all that shit over to the provider, and they notate it in the notes.
Well, that's the one nice thing about the dialysis is that you're in that chair for 4 hours. So they just come by with a tray full of syringes and everything. Okay, here's what we're going to shoot you up with this week. Yes, all right.
Yeah, right. That's pretty much the way it is. Yeah. Yep.
I had a lapse of medical coverage of like 10 years because my parents just didn't believe in going to doctors. And so when I started getting seen at Eskenazi for treatment through the transgender clinic, they also had to do like all of my shots for all of my lapsed vaccinations.
Okay, then.
Well, good on you for getting caught up.
Well, that was the fun one, though, that when I went back to school, I was 35 years old, and they wanted proof that I had had vaccinations, the MMR and whatever else they have and everything else. And I'm saying, okay, well, number one, I had all those diseases. Number two, the vaccines didn't exist at the time. Number three, no, I can't prove that any of this. So I have to get the entire series of vaccinations at the age of 35 again. God, that was fun. Thankfully, the health department in the city, the Allegheny County Health Department was able to give them to me for free. But I wasn't going to be allowed to go back to school without that shit. So it's okay. I guess I'll just do it.
Yep. Word. Well, guys, I'm going to head over to Ben's and go talk to him and get set up over there.
I'm pulling up my Twitch on this computer so that I can go raid him here in a minute.
Or strikey.
Or in 9 minutes, to be precise.
9 minutes, that's right.
I think
right,
I have to.
Well, I don't do
Okay.
Twitch, and I suppose I should get some sleep anyway, so.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take another nap and then I'll wake up and complete the paperwork for the statement of what I earned from Patreon this month and mail that to the housing place. And then, hey.
Okay.
Woohoo!
Well, I have to say, Uncle, because I have to do the therapy and shit today, so I gotta sleep before that.
Yeah.
But I had a good time with everybody.
Yeah.
I'm really
thank
sad that I
you for
never
coming
actually
by.
got to say hi to Phoebe.
Yeah,
But-
I know.
Yeah, I
But,
have to see. What time is that again, hon, when Phoebe is going to interview me?
Give me 1 second.
What time am I on at?
I will let you both know in just a minute. I have to get my, dual authentication. Okay. Let's see, and let me do that. Okay.
I'll see you, everybody.
Take
Bye,
care,
Larry.
hon.
Thank you, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Good luck.
Nice
Good
chilling
luck
with
with
you.
the fundraising.
Thanks, honey.
Okay. So, Diana, you are on at 1700 hours Eastern time with Phoebe.
Okay, 1700.
Beck, you and Ben are back on at what time zone are you? Mountain time?
Just give me Eastern. It's fine.
1900 hours Eastern time.
Okay. Cool. That gives me plenty of time to get home and everything.
Yeah.
Good deal. All right, lovely people. I will see you guys soon. Thanks,
All
Diana.
right.
Okay, honey.
Love
You
you,
be
Diana.
good.
Get some
Have
sleep.
fun.
You guys get some sleep. We'll see you soon. All right. Bye.
Good.
Then there were 3.
I gotta zap this guy, the spammer in the chat here, real quick. All up in the spam tonight.
I guess you have arrived because the spam bots have found you, huh?
I guess so. I guess so. Yes, Doc Fearsome, thank you for coming by, and thank you all. I know we didn't get like a whole ton of donations to stream, but I'm sure it's because you guys have already donated and you guys have been watching Purple stream and Amanda stream and
Well,
and even there were a lot of
happens.
people who donated ahead of time too. So
All we have to do now is put the bell ringers outside the Target stores everywhere, and yeah, we'll be all set.
Well,
Yeah.
I've also seen a lot of people commenting in the side chat, you know, that after the first of the month or after their next paycheck.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So, Mr. Willis said he's listening, working his ass off sorting the house. I appreciate you coming by and giving us the view and listening and hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really hoping that I can do a quick run over to my house and like the internet will be working. And yeah, because I think I can load most of this stuff up and take it with. Trying to think if I'll have to do another run back here. Trying to think of how to save time, you know?
Moo.
Yeah, I haven't found a good way. No matter how I try to preserve it, it seems to go bad.
What seems to go bad?
Trying to save time.
Oh, yes.
Canning it doesn't work.
No,
Freezing
canning
it doesn't work.
No.
Oh
Oh my goodness.
There goes the neighborhood.
Yep.
I'm
I
sorry,
have not
Skull.
been able to save time in a bottle.
Mm-mm. Nope. And I hear
No
like
one here
drying
to get the
it.
reference.
If you smoke it or dry it, that doesn't work either. It just goes bad. It goes
I
a little
thought Diana
funny.
might get the time in a bottle reference, but
I got it. Oh yeah. There was a movement to make that our senior class song.
Let's see over here. Pull up my dashboard and stuff before it
Get
gets
back.
right to the hour.
but look.
I know I am live. Oh my goodness, I've not checked my messages over here in so long. I'm sorry, everyone who has sent me messages over here. My apologies. My goodness. 4 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know if this is actually a record for me. This might be a record. I'm pretty sure total stream time in a day is going to be a record by the end of this for me.
Moo.
So that'll be a fun personal milestone.
Oh, I just cannot do 24 hours straight, though. Well, straight applied to me? No. That's not. But
let me
Yep.
see. I gotta grab Ben's.
I used to have a button that I got from a bisexual conference. It had a picture of a U-turn and said straight as an arrow.
Nice. Nice. Okay, here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it off of my community tab because I can't remember Ben's address off the top of my head for Twitch.
Pepsi gloves.
I think it's Peepus gloves. If I...
Oh, okay.
What is different gloves? What is for
I
that
have not
reason?
slept and I have dyslexia, so I can certainly see how I would be transposing letters at this point.
Oh, I think that's how it ended up being Peepus in the first place, though, is that it started out as Pepsi
Oh,
and became Peepus.
I is so full of the
either way, a
fun.
question that I do not know what
And
these
I
are.
is so full of the
Although
It
since
is just
school's
student
involved,
Dr.
I'm not
Ben.
sure I want to know. I
It
mean, I
is
know
just
about
student.
Dr. Ben's snappy gloves.
I like his snappy gloves, okay? They're nice and snappy. That's
he give
right,
his OnlyFans
student Dr.
start?
Ben's next stream will be Friday, 10 December. Here, I'm going to share it. In all of the chat. Yes. Awesome. Okay, so just YouTubers. I'm going to put it in the chat. I'm not putting it in the chat for Twitchers because I'm just going to take you along with me. I think there's only one of you on just Twitch.
Oh,
Thank you. But that means that there's 6 of you on YouTube. So
Yeah,
that's
well,
cool.
Ben said he's live now, so yeah. Everybody should jump over
Okay.
to Ben's stream.
Dajú Gorostu.
Well, I'm going to take them. If you're on Twitch, I'm going to take you on a raid. So give me just a second on that. Because I was
Well, I am
waiting
not on
until
Twitch,
that
so-
exact moment.
I'm going to drop out here. We catch you later.
Okay. All right.
Hello, honey.
Thank you, Purple. There he is.
There's that thing. Okay.
And Mr. B's already over there.
Oh,
All right. So my one viewer on Twitch, thank you. I'm going to send you over on a raid now. And if you are on YouTube, why the fuck are you still on YouTube? I just told you in the chat where we're going.
I have a Twitch account. I just don't do anything with it.
You quit doing what and don't do anything with it?
I have a Twitch account. I just don't do anything with it.
You have a Twitch account. Well, you should dual stream.
I should, and I've been meaning to look into streaming on Twitch. I just don't get to it because I'm either bleeding into a machine or recovering from bleeding into a machine. Yeah, it's the 2 parts of my life.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you. I will see you for the next part after Ben, actually. I'll be back on both platforms. So I'll see you in a few hours.
Take care, guys. Dajú Gorostu.